Because when you relax through, you can push right through the challenge, just like you did.
So here's the deal, if you don't get to the why, you're gonna be lost.
What am I supposed to be trying to say?
I want you to be selfless right now. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah! I tried to explain.
I don't want you to think about getting through the monologue.
Young people.
Yes!
Let's go!
Because my job isn't to work the monologue. My job is to work on you.
It's not about how many classes are on the resume. It's about your work ethic and persistence.
Who's further along than they were when they walked in the ring? Agreeing is so good, it's so important, a foundational element of improv.
I am Amelia Jones.
If we agree and don't add something, then we have nothing to build on.
Well, I'm thinking about firing you.
Please don't do that. Characters! So you gotta find ways to let your teammate help you through that. Again, but the truth is, if we can't stay in character, it doesn't matter how good your characters are, we're gonna stop caring.
I love you.
Get a play title.
There it is! For fun. It was fun.
If you can apply this both to improv and life, your improv is going to be better than ever, and your relationships are going to be better than ever.
If it's not natural, don't do it until it is natural. That was 100% the right choice.
The moment you realize you're stuck for a sec, stop and literally take a breath.
You have to react to that from his point of view as honestly as possible.
1, 2, 3.
Brian officiates weddings. That's kind of like something that he does.
What's your track record?
Like still married?
Yeah.
Like who stays together?
Like
1 in 4?
That's a
Okay.
losing
Reverse.
record there, bud.
Hurtful. So I just got back in town late last night. How was the studio for a week without the old MD?
It was great.
It was so amazing.
Like nobody is really thinking about you at all.
You should be filming stuff every single day. And you should be auditioning for yourself at your house, scheduling something in to better yourself in some way.
It's just always, it goes back to that, okay, you've got these great couple days, you've got these great auditions, you turned in that great paper, now what are you going to do on the fourth day?
Can I please end the podcast?
Yes.
All right, we'd like to give everyone a big bear hug here on Valentine's
Oh,
Day.
wow. That was just...
That is the end of our podcast. Thank you for listening. Happy Valentine's Day. We've got a guest here today, and he's cute. He's a cute boy, I'd say. Jared, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you. Open up the chest.
Oh, just flex those pectorals. Well, we're not talking about anything yet, actually. We're trying to get there. I love your Instagram videos. You can find Jared at Jared Mishlove. Optimal Gains.
Yeah, it's optimal gains, baby.
He said it like that. Optimal Gains.
Optimal gains!
Yeah, that's more like it. I like how Joey said it.
Yeah.
You know, I am constantly analyzing how you guys teach and figuring out how I can implement those principles into my training with my clients, because I just envy it so much. I leave every single class here feeling like I learned something new.
If you don't have fingers, is there any other thing other than pull-ups maybe? That you can
Stop
do
making
to start?
excuses and get up on the pull-up bar. You can't be a master of all.
You want to hear an extraordinary story?
Yeah.
So there's this young man, he's in our acting classes, his name is Jonathan. And Jonathan has a very rare disease where he's been in a wheelchair his entire life and he has very little control over his body and he has to be in this big old wheelchair. Jonathan's been in there his whole life, but he doesn't complain. It's like the craziest thing, he doesn't complain. His why for doing this is so important, and this is what we teach, is the whole personal development side of this thing. It's like, why are you here?
My why is to show people, whether they're in chairs or not, that you can do anything you want to do if you work hard enough.
And I said, dude, that's a strong why. I'm gonna help you with that and we are gonna get there, I promise you. Now what's special about Jonathan is Jonathan wants to be an actor. He's a student here. He wants to be an actor and he found us about a year ago. And I said, Jonathan, do you really want to be an actor? He said, yeah.
I just want to glorify God too, because He's the reason I'm here. He's the reason we're all here, so.
He was born with cerebral palsy and he didn't get to see him on TV, and he's like, we are underserved and we're underrepresented and I want to represent us. And I said, okay, you really want to be an actor? He says, yeah. And I said, okay, that means I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to push you. He says, okay. So what do? We work hard. He does the memorizing. Is it harder for him than it is for you? It's harder for him than it is for you, but he does the work. We had a casting today for a big commercial. Jonathan came in for the callback. Guess who got the commercial? Jonathan. I know, and I cannot wait to tell Jonathan today in class that he landed the job. And here he is, man, first commercial.
Host, I can't remove me.
Joey's got it.
Okay, thank you.
I can't remove her either. She's not on there anyway. You're good.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Masterclass Day 2 here at Deering Acting Studio. We're going to jump right in. The first scene for today features actors Saya and Ian, and they will be doing an excerpt from the play The Interrogation.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Snorting butane again?
Out of gas.
Am I very late?
No, not very.
Trying to find a cab on Sunday is like trying to find a rabbi in Wyoming.
So, how are you? How have you been?
Can't complain. Same old table I see.
Yeah. Same old spot. You look good.
Thanks. I feel good.
You lost weight?
It's a new diet. I can eat anything I want as long as I don't swallow.
Where'd you get the sun?
St. Martin?
St. Martin?
It's an island in the Caribbean.
Yeah, no, I was just like, it's Dutch, isn't it?
Half Dutch, half French. I was on the French side.
Well, terrific vacation.
Yeah, I just got back on Monday.
How was it? You have a good time?
It was glorious. I didn't want to leave.
And you got a new hairstyle.
It's easier to manage.
Huh. Well, it looks good.
Thanks. Same drink. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Your favorite drink is still Doers on the Rocks, right?
Well, no, actually. I don't drink anymore.
You don't drink anymore.
Too many calories.
But you drink light beer, right? Then.
No.
Well, listen, you still smoke, right?
Sorry, I quit.
You quit smoking.
It was interfering with my running.
You're running.
I took up jogging a few months ago. I was fine for the first couple of miles, but after that, I just didn't have wind, so I quit smoking.
You run 2 miles a day.
5 now.
5 miles a day.
When I can, depends on the weather.
Jeez, must get kind of boring, huh?
No, actually, I find it rather exhilarating.
So what'd you do today?
Not much. Woke up late, bought a paper, played a few games of racquetball.
Racquetball.
I joined a club.
Jeez, must be nice.
I enjoy it. How about you?
I went to Burger King.
Sounds exciting.
Well, I separated my hard French fries from my soft French fries, and I did the placemat, the puzzles on my placemat. So
Yeah, spilled ketchup on your shirt.
what? Where?
4th button down.
Oh. No, that's pizza from last night, actually.
With anchovies.
As usual.
I'll never understand how you eat those things. It's like eating greasy caterpillars.
Well, I don't know. I find them rather exhilarating.
Funny.
So, Have you been seeing anyone?
Few people. How's Maria? She's still playing accordion at the restaurant?
I'm not seeing her anymore.
Oh? What happened?
It just didn't work out. That's all.
Did she go back to Spain?
Portugal.
Oh, so she walked out on you, huh?
No, she did not walk out on me. It was a mutual decision.
Aren't they all? When did this happen?
I don't know. A month or so ago.
That's a shame.
What about you?
What?
Been to bed with anyone?
What kind of a question is that?
I don't know. I'm curious.
Well, I haven't taken a vow of celibacy, if that's what you mean.
How many?
What?
How many men have you slept with?
I don't know. I stopped counting after 37.
No, seriously.
I don't think that's any of your business.
Why don't you want to tell me?
What do you want to know for?
I'm curious. That's all. What's the big deal?
For?
4.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding.
What's the matter with that?
Like 4 different guys.
Knock it off. You asked me and I told you.
Jesus.
Jesus what?
1, I could understand. 2, maybe. And 3, if you were drunk or unconscious. But,
Would you mind telling me what's so awful about that?
Nothing. It's great. It's great.
9 months is a long time.
Yeah, especially when you're bedridden.
Well, you had Maria.
Yeah, 1.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have limited yourself to Spanish immigrants with unnaturally large breasts.
She's Portuguese.
And it's none of your business what I do. You left me, remember?
Man, I can see you're real torn up about it.
What were you expecting? A suicide attempt?
So how were they?
What?
These guys, how were they?
Oh, for God's sake.
It's an honest question.
It's none of your business.
I'd like to know.
Why?
I'm curious, that's all.
Stop being curious. I don't want to talk about it.
All right.
Talk about something else.
Fine. So how long were you in St. Martin for?
9 days.
Did you go alone? Were you by yourself?
I went with Ruthie.
Okay. Jeez. Did you sleep with anybody during your time?
Jesus Christ. What's your problem? God.
An honest question.
I'm fed up with your honest questions.
What's the big deal? You don't have to answer. If you don't want to answer, don't.
Thanks, I won't.
I knew it. I knew it.
Oh my God.
No. You did, didn't you?
I don't believe this.
Well, didn't you?
Yes, I did. All right. Satisfied?
Were you?
Please.
No wonder you hated to leave.
Whatever you say.
You know what? Who was he? Some greasy frog bartender with slim hips?
No. He was an American lifeguard with broad shoulders.
Lifeguard. Well, how interesting. How primitive. How did he walk?
He graduated magna cum laude from the University of Miami.
No. Miami? Wow. Interesting. Isn't that a reception course?
Such a snob.
What was his major in? Snorkeling?
All right, that's enough.
Certainly, you didn't lose any time. 9 days, Jesus H.
One more remark like that, and I'm hanging up. Now knock it off.
So, how was he?
Oh, will you shut up?
Fine. You don't want to talk about it? Fine.
I don't believe this right now.
I certainly wouldn't want to betray any trust or any cheapen or some type of.
He was great. He was incredible. He was tall and he was blonde and he had gorgeous blue eyes and rippling bronze muscles. I was drooling with desire and he knew it.
Okay, keep your voice down, all right? I don't want to wake the
He
neighbors.
knew it.
He played like Stradivarius. He swept me off my feet and carried me to the beach. He laid me in the moonlit surf and ripped off his clothes. He undressed me with his teeth, and I gurgled with delight. We thrashed about like two sex-starved beasts. He ravished me again and again. I begged for him to stop, but he only laughed. Finally, with dawn breaking on the horizon and waves crashing against my trembling thighs, I fainted out of sheer ecstasy.
Did you orgasm?
Dear God, you're being ridiculous.
Of course I'm being ridiculous. You don't think I know I'm being ridiculous? You think I like being ridiculous?
Who cut your hair?
Some guy around the corner.
Very creative.
Thanks. It's cheap.
Any scars?
Oh my gosh.
You look like shit.
We all can't look like a Welcome to Jamaica poster.
I do look pretty plastic, don't I?
No, you don't. You look good. It's depressing.
How could you do it?
I don't
You
know.
hurt me.
I know. And I'm sorry.
I wanted to punch your teeth out.
I wouldn't blame you.
I had all elaborate fantasies about how I was gonna get back at you. I was gonna send you a dead rat through the mail. Get some guy with an Italian accent to leave a menacing message on your answering machine.
Why didn't you?
I didn't want to give you the satisfaction.
I missed you.
How could you do it?
I don't know. It was a mistake.
You bastard.
I still love you.
Oh, God. Why did I agree to this?
Do you want to hang up?
I don't know.
Do you want to text?
I don't know.
Do you want sleep?
I don't know.
Do you want to sleep with me?
Yes. Come right now. Right now.
Okay. All right.
I must be out of my mind.
Okay. Where's my keys? I'll pick up some ice cream on the way.
Where are they? Where are they?
They're probably under your mattress like they always are.
Oh, ice cream. Great. There goes my diet.
Well, I don't have to get your ice cream if it's one of you.
Yes, you do. I want mocha milk.
Okay. Hey, I wanted to ask you something. Was the lifeguard number 4 or was he like number 5?
Oh, Christ.
It's an honest question.
All right, scene. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. How'd it feel, you two?
It felt pretty good.
It was fun.
Yeah, good. So we made some good choices in there. I'm curious as to a few of your choices I want to go back on, and then I want to help you with clarifying a few things. So first of all, Saya, where'd you come up with the accent? What was the idea there?
Yeah, so I decided my character feels like she's my backstory that I made up for her was she's always been in the girl that's not the most important. Like she's not the one that everybody looks at and is like, oh, she's really great or whatever. She's just kind of like usually the one that's kind of just one of the other girls that's after those girls. And I made up that she moved to New York from Maryland, Southern Maryland. And in Southern Maryland, some parts of it, which the one I chose I'm from, has a little bit of an accent, of a Southern accent. And on top of her not feeling like she's the it girl or whatever, she on top of it has this accent. So when she's in New York, that's another thing that's different about her. And I believe she does all of this stuff, like starts running and starts cutting her diet and all this stuff because she wants to make herself be like that girl that everyone desires almost, but also she's doing it to get back at him. And at first it is just to get back at him. And then when he texts her and asks her, like, can we have a call or meet? It's like she wants to make herself or make him feel like he regretted it. So that's kind of where the accent came from. And like, I felt like I wanted to take myself out of myself too. Mm-hmm. And the accent helped me get out of myself into a different person. So. Okay.
So it was distracting for a couple reasons. So I'm not going to say that we have to get rid of it, but there's two things. First of all, it was a little inconsistent throughout, so that's just something to know. But the second thing is these two characters are upper class kids, and they go to an upper class school, and they are smart and very, very witty, and so to the point that they would make fun of somebody who graduates from the University of Miami. So they think that they're a whole league above those people. So even if she was one of these girls who was, say, second best or something like that, she's still coming from this like high stock. And so for that reason, also the particular way you got to the backstory, I'm not sure if it connects as much, because we talked a lot yesterday about making sure that we get the the story across. So what's the story? What are we really talking about here?
Well, I feel like the story is about how who you hang out with is who you become.
Mm-hmm.
And it's obvious with the past that she's experienced with this guy, that's made her, it was her downfall pretty much for her personal growth and her personal, health.
Well, and,
so
and,
I feel like
and it's possible though that they went there together.
Mm-hmm.
That they both took each other there. That's very possible. I think there's a good argument for that. So if you think, so yes, I agree. It's all about who you hang out with, what you become. On top of that, it's what you do is what you become. The choices you make, the little choices that you make. And so she is evidence in the beginning of the scene that she's been making little choices, tiny little choices over 9 months that have revolutionized her life already. And so now we see her making a couple other choices right this second, and they look small, but we can feel how big they are. And we can tell that she's going to be going the other direction. So the other just underlying theme, I think, is addiction in general, and the idea of the people that we love the most sometimes enable us the most. They let us off, and they encourage us to do things that they like doing, and they don't want to feel bad doing it by themselves. It's like the alcoholic father who encourages his son to drink. And so there's a big, I think, underlying theme of addiction under here too. So the one thing I want to make sure that we're not doing by adding an accent in is pulling away from that. So I really liked. There's something I wanted to say though, aside from the accent, that was really positive for you, Saya. I'm very used to you. How long you been coming to the studio now?
I think almost 4 years now.
Okay, and how old are you now?
I'm 17.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this with a grain of salt here, but this means I knew you when you were 13, and I really just know how sweet of a girl you are, and you're very innocent and lovely person, and we've watched you develop, and with all due respect, you were sexy, and it was great to see you find that and get to play this girl who could be like clearly the object of his desire. I totally believe that. So you did a lot of good work there, I think. And you don't need the accent to pull that off. It was really just more your physicality and your the way your eye contact and things like that. Was really well done. So I wanted to tell you good job on that.
Thank you.
Ian, what about you? Your take on this guy?
So I knew he was lazy. I felt like he was a gamer. Like you said, kind of the addictions. That was kind of his way out and escaping like feelings. And so that's why I had everything set up that way. To me, he understood that being with her made him happy, but at the time when he cheated or left her for another person, it's whatever makes him happy in the moment. And then I think he realized that he's not truly happy with this other person, and he really messed up. But he's not going to go out of his way to say he messed up at face value. Like, he's not going to come out and say it first. And it seemed like was the biggest take on him, was that I know I'm probably not that great of a person. I'm probably lazy, but it's okay. And everyone accepts me for who I am right now. Like, no one ever really rocks the boat of me being that way, if that makes sense.
Why not?
I guess because I've gotten by with it. I'm not really that bad of a person. Like, even with the quick-witted things that I'm saying, it's like I'm intelligent, I might not use it. And so I think people see, I guess, the potential, and maybe as well as she does, and doesn't really call me on my, like, I guess, bullshit in terms of like, yo, you need to change your slob, because they see like, okay, he's not like that always, or he can be better if he wanted to.
Yeah. So I think you nailed him. If you think about, again, going back to the wealth, I think this guy's he's very wealthy, and so because of that, he's gotten to skate by a lot of things, and maybe dad paid for him to pass a few classes here or there, or he's able to talk himself into a passing grade that helps him get into a particular college, and when he's at college, he's smart enough that he doesn't have to do much to get by, and sort of naturally he's good looking, and naturally he's got some intelligence to him, and so he's nowhere near living up to his potential, but is also very unmotivated to try, because why would he? I mean, everyone just lets him get away with it, so there's really no incentive for him. He hasn't figured out any kind of compelling why to do something with his life, so he's just kind of going on to the next thing. What do you think? Did the girl walk out on him?
I always felt that he pushed her away, in a sense of he wasn't happy. He realized what he lost, and so then he just started becoming not the best him, or not even trying to win this girl over. So where she's like, "Hey, I'm about to leave," and he's like, "Cool." Like it was.
We're talking about the girl from Portugal, right?
Yeah, where it's like, all right, you can leave. Like where he knew what he was doing. Like he wasn't really upset. I don't think he left her. I think he made her leave him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. That's probably accurate. And it also might just be that he, he was having a good night one night and hooked up with her, and then all of a sudden he's just like, well, I'm on to her now, and he goes there and he's showing her his best self until she sees who he really is. And like you said, he's just not motivated to change. And maybe he's been being fake for a while, so he wants to go back to his old addiction, which is his ex, right? So good. Okay. So here are the major big things now that we need to overcome. And number one, Ian, do you relate to this guy?
I do. I do.
Tell me about that, because I think this is a big deal.
I think, like you said, the skating by part. Actually, just recently, it was like someone asked me, do you think you need to be better? And it's like, to be honest with you, I've gotten by like this. So honestly, I don't technically think I need to be better. I want to be better. It's a difference. And so I get that part of it. Of this is who I am. Even though someone can think like you're better than that, and it's like, well, this is who I am. It hasn't hurt me in the past, so why change, kind of thing, even if you want to be better. So I think I relate to that in the same sense of him. I think I get what I want. So like when he gets Maria, whether that's really good for him or the best for him, it doesn't really matter. It's like, I get what I want, and it might not be the best thing. And so I think there's a lot of traits that he has that I relate to.
So let me ask you, what have I told you in the past with critiques?
That in terms of acting, or like who I am?
Both. Because they're very related. It's the same thing. They're 100% connected.
The shiny penny kind of mindset. Not to really chase things because you can, but to really think about why you're chasing them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that relates to him in terms of the Maria, or the Spanish immigrant, or Portuguese.
So let me ask you this, Ian. Was this the best that you can do?
No.
Did you bring 110% to this scene?
No.
Why not?
I think falling back into that trap of not putting my best, knowing it's not my best, and not really changing until the last minute of realizing and thinking about it, but not doing anything for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because it's disappointing. I wonder where this scene would be if you didn't have Saya as a scene partner. Like, I'm curious because I don't know. I just know her, and so I imagine that she was sort of a force to be reckoned with when it comes to work ethic and getting you off your butt. And the problem is, when I watch Saya work and I see the things she's doing, I mean, she even posted the other day, I gave some last minute direction because we kind of, I discovered some things about this new format of acting, and I put something out, and I see on Instagram the next day this time-lapse video of her just completely, redoing her house in order to fit the scene. She's the kind of person that's gonna push whoever's with her. And I literally saw that, and I remembered, I looked over at Brian and I said, I told you, dude, that's why I would hire her. Like, if she wanted to work with us and she wants to make movies I would hire her immediately because she has that. And that's a thing that is so valuable. Beyond the talent and beyond other things, it doesn't matter. Somebody who's willing to grind like that, I can trust is going to do the job until the job gets done, or friggin' die trying. And the problem with you is here's the thing. I'm not going to be that person for you who will just tell you that it's good enough. I love this scene. This scene is incredible. I mean, it's such a beautiful scene. It's very well crafted. The writing is spectacular, and you botched it. There were so many moments that the lines were off. You added a word here, you replaced something else there, and you're good enough to get away with it with most people, not me. So you have to hold yourself to this super high standard of, if somebody's taken the time to craft this really beautiful writing, I have a responsibility as an artist to do my part to bring this thing to life.
Yeah.
And it's not okay that you miss a word. Like, that's just not okay. So but the thing is, I bet you what happened was, you probably, we got close to class and you put your foot to the gas pedal, and I'll bet you this is really good considering how much time you put into it. And with you, we just want to take out the second part of that sentence. We want to start with the beginning part and say it's just really good for where you are as a person. And I keep saying this to you, but I want this for you so bad, Ian. I want you to fail the way Saya fails. Like, I think her accent, if we go back to her, I think she should lose it. I think it might have been wasted work. But I'd rather have her try and fall on her face, trying new things and experimenting, but giving everything she has into it. That to me is more valuable, because I can look you in the eyes and you can say, I either did my best or I didn't. And I think you want, for you, more than you want the role and more than you want anything else, I'm going to tell you, you're going to feel good about yourself if you can look in the camera 2 days from now. And here's the thing, you have 48 hours. So I want to know, what are you capable of in 48 hours? I just spoke about this morning on my show. When I went and took Larry Moss's class the first time with my wife, we picked the wrong scene. We did a lot of things wrong, and he literally recast us. I'm in LA. He gives me a new play, an obscure play. My wife and I have to go and scavenge the bookstores to find this obscure play, buy props, buy costume in a town that's not ours, go back to our dingy hotel room, block, memorize a 20-minute scene, and we had 48 hours. And when we finished, Larry Moss was the first time he ripped us, man, ripped us. Second time, he was jaw dropped, and he looks back at the class and he goes, "You see, people, what can be done in 48 hours if you focus on the work? Imagine how good you'd be if you worked like this every day." Those were his words. They're ingrained in my brain. And I heard them, and the difference, though, is I took those words. Some people didn't. I took those words very personally, and I was like, "Dude's right. I'm gonna do something about that. I am lazy. No more. You called me out. You're right. I am good looking enough. I am smart enough. I am rich enough. And you know what? From now on, enough just isn't good enough. I want to be not better than anyone else. I don't want to be anything that I'm not. I just want to be the best me I can be today. And that's it. So I'm going to lay down the challenge on you because I'm going to tell you the scene was pretty good. It was fun. Like you said, it was fun. But it wasn't your best, and therefore I'm sincerely disappointed. So now you want to think, what could you do? How can you work at a whole nother level? And I'm talking, don't miss a word. Don't add a little just or an and or anything. And therefore, you have to do more work in order to figure out why doesn't he use those filler words. I mean, this guy goes to, do we know where he goes to school?
Mm-mm.
It's insinuated that it's some sort of an Ivy League school. She talks about a Stradivarius. And that's why she's smart, by the way. That's why she's not low class. You can't play her that way. It's sort of obvious right in the writing that she's, she lives up here. So take that, Ian, okay, and take this with love, but I'm going to give you tough love until we're blue in the face here, buddy, because I don't care if you're good. I care if you gave your best. So when I ask you that question, and I congratulate you for being honest, and you've always been honest with me, but I want to see you really grind, and that means don't sleep. That's what it means. You miss sleep for 2 days and you'll be okay. You'll survive. But what can you accomplish in 48 hours? And when you figure that out, then you're going to go, okay, what if I multiplied that times 7 days, times 14 days, times 5 years, 10 years? Then all of a sudden, all those dreams and goals you have, they're going to start coming true. Sai, let's talk some technicalities with you. Your internet was sucky.
Yeah.
So we got to. So you want to figure that out as part of your process with this medium. Mm-hmm. So you either need to figure out a way to adjust that, maybe move less, or switch over to mobile or something like that. Like find some way to practice it, and when that happens, you'll have to adjust. Mm-hmm. And the way this would work is if you think about it in real life, if you were on a video call and you started getting feedback or it wasn't going through, you'd probably stop talking until it was back. Mm-hmm. So the fact that it's happening, you'd have to notice it, sort of wait, get focused in, and then speak again, because that's what you would do in life. Yeah. So it just means that you were going through some sort of a rehearsed motion and not being aware of what's happening right in front of you.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely do that. I actually tried to move the router around, and we just live in the mountains, so it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So we tried putting it in different places, but it just didn't work. So yeah. I'll pay more attention to when it breaks up and stuff.
Yeah, and just play with it, and find the great hotspots in your place, and limit yourself, and then use it as new ways to be creative within a limited space where you think that, you just experiment. When I move my phone like this, it kind of goes out. When I move to this side of the room, it goes out. So then try to help yourself in that way. Because we missed a couple of your lines that I know were good, but we didn't get to hear it, Yeah. Okay, so that's one thing. And then the other thing is, no, that didn't bother me as much. When she comes in, I want you to have that confidence, but I think you were too nice.
Okay.
And I don't want you to be mean either. But you were like very smiley. You know, and I think she's walking in and you look good. You look good. You you feel good. And and what you expected to see, you saw, which is a huge win for you.
Yeah.
So the idea being there's this sense of him saying you look good and you sort of responding with, oh, do I? Like, I didn't notice how good I look, but you know, obviously you know. But that's the feeling is she's going, oh, yeah, I guess they're 4 sizes smaller pants that I'm wearing. You know, whatever it is, like she's on her A game right now and she knows it.
Yeah.
Did you take a drink of alcohol?
Me?
No.
Did we write that out? Do we
Me?
write? Yeah, you.
Oh no, I don't.
I think you're supposed to.
Yeah, we wrote it out because we thought about. So it was just like I take the scotch from him in the scene,
right?
And he's obviously not here, and we thought about like, I just feel like my character would have gotten rid of all of her alcohol in her house.
She would have, except for she's an addict. So she would have, except for she would have hid the one bottle in the one cabinet, the one place that she's not going to go back to, but it's there just in case.
Okay. So you think I would go get it in the scene at that time?
I do, yeah. And also just because of what I've been saying is we got to get the story across, and this is about addiction, and the alcohol is such a huge factor. So when she makes the decision to take the alcohol, she's made the decision to go back to him. That's the turning point, that it's a guarantee there's no going back.
Yeah.
And within a couple minutes, she goes from the alcohol to ice cream to hooking up with him. Like these are 3 choices that are about to just compound on top of one another. And she's, you know, it's sad for us to watch it happen.
Yeah.
So creatively, this could be fun. Where, how do you create that kind of camera angle for yourself?
Yeah, I was thinking about this too, and I was thinking about having that one bottle that you're talking about and like putting it in a cabinet in the very back and like having all this stuff and then setting up the camera somewhere so you can see me like getting all the stuff out to get to this one bottle. I think that'd be fun. And then bring it up.
It would be. The secret here is that you don't have another camera. So we know you're controlling the camera you have.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if there's a way for you to, I don't know, you'd have to get mad. I'd love for you to throw the phone and it'd land in the perfect spot, of course. But something where you're just like, you know what, just hold on a second. You just put the phone down and it's at a weird angle where it looks like you didn't do it on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And we see you far in the background and he sees you far in the background. You don't think we can see you. And you pull the bottle out of the couch or something like that, and we watch you take the drink, and it's like, it's sad because we know that this is the moment that she's going back.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that idea. I was really sad that that was written out because like we talked about that. I just didn't know what the right, you know. And there's no wrong and right, I don't think.
There isn't, as long as you get the addiction across, you know. And so just knowing how important the alcohol is, if you find any creative way to get it back in there, I think you should.
Yeah, I will. I'll find it.
And so so then my last question here is what was your choice? How did you figure out how to get into the scene?
Like how this worked?
Yeah, like so he's waiting for you. So what was your setup to make that work?
So we were thinking FaceTime at first, but then we were like, but it will ring and he won't be able to do the sniffing the bead chain thing. And we really wanted to keep that in. So our idea was having it be a Zoom call. So I sent him, so he texted me and said, hey, can we talk? And I'm like, okay. And I sent him the thing that you guys send us, the little number for Zoom. And he joined the Zoom call and he's waiting for me on the Zoom call. And I finally log into it. And then he doesn't notice I log in and I'm like, hi. So that's what we came up with, and I thought that kept kind of like the cool like surprise factor
Yeah.
that it has in person.
I think that's great. And the way that technology works actually is if you're the host of the meeting, you can see and hear everything he's doing without coming in. So you could you could literally just be sitting there watching him.
And he just doesn't notice I'm there. And
He would have no idea because it would just be like your photo, or it would be like the logo of the video company, whatever.
That is so cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you could play with that idea because, you know, it's funny. People don't realize, especially as actors, like we know and we get, as soon as you've made the mistake once of going to the restroom or something when you're in the middle of a play and the audience can hear you flush the toilet, you know, it's super embarrassing. You realize as an actor, you've got these microphones on, you got to be super careful, right? Well, now all of a sudden we have cameras in every area of our lives, and we've said yes to Alexa being in our homes and our phones and our watches, and I mean we're being listened to at all times. And now this is another way where you're, whether you realize it or not, you've allowed somebody to listen to you and watch you. So in that way, yeah, I mean you could, it might be discipline for him somehow. I'm trying to think of how this would be best. If there's a way, Ian, if there's a way to turn the camera around in Zoom, I don't know if there is or not, but you could turn it. There is? Okay. So you could actually there you go. So keep it there and then turn your phone around so that the phone's on you.
Oh, so I'm literally.
So you literally don't see her until and then when she says hi, then you'd have to grab the phone, turn it around to see her.
Okay.
And then Syed, then you can just watch him, and you know for a fact he can't see you.
I love that idea.
And then when you say, "Am I very late?" You know you're late because you've been sitting there watching him.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
You know, and it's so true to the scene, which I love. Like you could have taken off your coat already, but you don't. You wait to do it in front of him.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, exactly.
He needs to see.
Because I want him to see
He needs
me.
to see your figure. He has to see that you've lost weight.
Mm-hmm.
So you've purposely created the look as if you just came home, and you happen to have a coat on, and now you have to leave the camera, walk away, take off the coat so that he can see you.
Yeah. It's very, very planned.
Yes,
what I'm doing.
It's premeditated.
Yeah.
And I don't know that getting back together with him is premeditated.
No. So in my mind, it's not. I didn't even think about that. It's just I want him to feel like this way, and I'm not even thinking. I was thinking about that. I dabbled with the thought of, she said I'm not getting back to him, but I don't think that's what she would think. But at the same time, I don't think she would say, like, I'm not, or I am getting back with him. So I think she's kind of I'm not going to think about that part.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just see you when I get there. But
I think she's at a place where she feels really happy that she looks great.
Mm-hmm.
She's making the assumption that he looks like crap and feels like crap, and she's right.
Yeah.
And she cannot wait to hurt him, to rub it in, and not only to rub it in his face, but to hurt him.
Yeah,
and so
because he hurt me.
Right. So I want you to understand that and this is why the smiling wasn't working. You can be sexy without smiling, and you can be flirty without smiling. When she looks at him and he's distraught, the calmer she is, the more it would piss him off.
Yeah.
So for her to just go, I was running, like nothing to it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, because by the way, Ian, and for you, it's like a huge surprise. You know, she's acting like all the people you two used to make fun of in Ivy League school. And you were the two that would like hang out in the dorm and not go to class and, you know, goof off and do whatever. And now all of a sudden she's got like a club membership and she's playing racquetball like one of the rich people. Like I thought we didn't act like rich people. I thought you and I were different, you know.
Even though we are.
Even though you are rich,
act like them.
That's right. But if you wear designer clothes that look like they're not designer clothes, then all of a sudden you're not that person, right? I mean, that's kind of the idea. So, and then Ian, for you too, remember that this guy is just he hates the other guy's thing, you know, and it can be you need to find the funny there. So when you do your work, those lines are hilarious. So we need to see the juxtaposition between the two of you, and it's going to be your job as well, Saya, where the difference in personality it should make you laugh. Like you should feel it, like, oh, this is I get this. It's like hitting right now. Because when this scene takes off, it's why it's one of my favorite scenes. It is just like lightning. It's so cool. And I'm going to end here, Ian. I love you, dude. I think you're very talented, and I honestly, you have some of this guy in you, and this guy's not a bad dude. So I want you to know you're not a bad dude. You really aren't. You're finding you right now, and that's okay. So know that right now you're fighting and you're clawing and you're scratching, and there's a reason you're in the class. There's a reason you keep coming back for more, knowing I'm gonna smack you, and you're like, I'm coming back for more. You know, this guy that you're playing, he can't help it. He is just charismatic. He can't help it. Even with a pizza stain on his shirt, somehow that's sexy. You know, and you know who else has that kind of trait would be somebody like Will Smith or Denzel Washington or somebody. Who's like, you can't ugly the person up. You're that guy and he's that guy. So you got to play him there. But then I want you to use this role as a way to release him and think, hey, God's putting this role in my life for a reason, so I can play it well, and say goodbye to it, because I don't have to be this guy anymore. You know, so take the compliment. Know that everything's coming with love, and truthfully, you can be a successful actor doing just what you're doing, but you can be happy in life, and you can be a next level human being if you go next level. And that choice is yours, because I'm not going to stand in your way, and I'm not going to say you're not good looking, because you are. I'm not going to say you're not talented, because you are. I'm not going to say you wouldn't land roles, because you will. All those things are true. But at the end of the day, it's up to you, and you look at you in the mirror and say, did I earn my pillow today? And it's not about how far I've gotten and what I've done and how much I've accomplished and what roles I've landed. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is, did I earn my pillow today? Yes or no? And if you can say yes more days than you say no, you're going to feel really good on the inside. And some of the things that really matter will fall into place, like the right relationships, the right woman in your life, the right people. You know, all that stuff is going to come together in a really, really big way for you. And all this other stuff won't matter. And as soon as it doesn't matter, that's when it comes true. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Love you guys. Work hard. Okay. We'll see you. We'll see you in a couple days.
Thank you.
Okie doke. I'm gonna bring everybody back into the Zoom for a couple minutes to congratulate you guys for the transition. Here, I'll put you back up.
If you're watching live right now, this is a 5-minute break. So the class participants are going to come into our virtual lobby and get to talk with one another real quick. So this is your 5-minute break to use the restroom or get a drink or something, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Sorry, it's me.
Thank you.
It's me.
Woo! Good job.
soon.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, welcome back, class. Next up in the master class, we have Danielle and Alex working on an excerpt from The Killdeer.
Okay, boss. See you Monday. What? Yeah, I don't want to talk with Otto Beethoven. I talked to him all afternoon. Oh, come on. I've had enough of him for one day. I'm sure he does. If I made $200 a day, I'd want to talk around the clock too. Charlie, I can't come back in tonight. Christ, I have a family. I know. Why didn't you say something before I left the office? Oh, bullshit. I tried to get you on the intercom a half a dozen times. Sure. Look, I promised Sparky I'd take her to a party tonight. If I can get away, I'll come in. If I can't, I can't. Where are you two going to be? Okay. Christ.
What?
I'm just thinking about you out in the car drinking a martini.
While you're at it, think of the garage being shut tight, the engine running, and me taking big, deep breaths.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'll draw you a picture sometime.
What the hell's going on around here? I come home on a Friday night, there's nobody here. No sign of supper anywhere. Goddamn television doesn't work. My wife doesn't want to screw because Georgia and Marty are having a party. You can't even write down a telephone message for me and ask what's kept you busy all day. Then I get a 10-minute monologue while I'm trying to make a phone call. Then, hoping to save the day, I try to turn the whole thing into a joke.
Maybe it's not a joke.
Try to turn the whole thing into a joke, and what do I get but, I'll draw you a picture sometime.
Maybe it's not a joke.
I think it is a joke. I think this whole goddamn mess around here is a goddamn joke. Ah! Christ! God damn it.
Let me see it.
Fix it myself.
All right, good. Let's go back here for a second. This is interesting. So I'm curious. How are you justifying the video?
You want to explain, Alex, or do you want me to?
Okay, so our scene is a little different than everybody else's because we have to break the fourth wall and talk to the audience.
Yeah.
So, we thought, looking into the webcam like that to talk to the audience would be a little contradictory because we're already doing that to talk to ourselves, because we have a plan that we're in our kitchen together. This is I talk about our staircase in it. We get wine from our kitchen, which is where I'm facing her in the kitchen. This side of the room is the stairs. But then when we talk to the audience, we are gonna kind of look diagonal at a fixed spot on the wall, so that we know that that's who we're talking to as far as that. Yeah, I don't know. We knew this was kind of going to be a little weird coming into it, and we'd have to kind of explain ourselves. But
so did you just skip the whole beginning of the scene? Did you decide not to do it?
We start at
Or we start when Ted is on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we missed her big monologue and his opening monologue, which I miss.
Oh. I guess there was so much there, so that's why we thought we could shorten it a bit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So
Because we already have like super big monologues at the end too.
No, I know. It's a lot of work. I get it, but the opening to the scene really helps establish where we are. So for those who haven't seen the scene, it's a little bit tough to pick up exactly what's going on, you know?
Yeah.
And so are you playing this via video that you're actually in the same room?
Yes.
Okay. So I wonder if we can find a way to justify being on video instead. And I don't know how to do that off the top of my head, but that was part of the work. Part of the idea is not to pretend like you're not on video, but to find a way to have the video be a part of the scene.
We kind of talked about yesterday, like we could pretend that we are in the same house but separate rooms. But then we were like, when we talked to the audience, we could have our phone up. But then Alex made a good point too. We didn't feel like that's something Ted and Sparky would do. Like, why would we be talking? You know, we're not like the Kardashians. He said we're not going to be just showing our life. So then we're like, that didn't really make sense either. So we were kind of struggling with that.
Well, also, I'm already on the phone at the beginning of the scene. You know?
And at this part of the scene, yes. Yeah. And so, and also there's the time period with this piece too.
Yeah, mid-70s.
Yeah, so that doesn't make sense to have a video. But if we just ask the audience to forgive a couple things, maybe we can make it work. So I'd like to almost brainstorm with you on how we could play it.
Mm-hmm.
So like it could almost be where, yeah, I mean, they wouldn't even have that big of a house where they'd be on opposite sides of the house, you know. So there's the idea of she's still like at her friend's house, or he's still at work, sort of, or you know, something where you can just justify that you have this conversation somehow. But once again, like he comes home, and you know, so that does put you guys in the same space. All right, so let's let me keep thinking about that while we correct some other things. So while he's on the phone, let's go back to his opening monologue. I'd like for you to keep her in the scene. And
like check in with her?
Yeah, because you're talking about her in front of her.
Oh yeah, at the end, yeah.
Yeah, and even the whole time, because you're picking up the phone and saying, you see, like you're kind of referring back to her saying, you see what I have to deal with, like, you know, if I have to go in, it's not my fault. You know,
yeah.
Like, you see me fighting for you, clearly.
Right.
You know, those thoughts are going through your mind, and you're trying to send that to her, and then you'll give him some eyes that he can react to. The other thing, Danielle, is I want you to be aware of your voice. So there's something interesting where this is like the difference between film acting and stage acting. It's very subtle, and in film, you have to figure out how to have a voice without blowing the microphone. And right now, you're projecting as if you're on stage, but your microphone's right here. So with the two of you, the sound is very uneven, and it's really distracting as an audience member. So you want to be listening and responding and trying to find that happy medium between the two of you. And I don't know if there's a setting on your device or something as far as the microphone input volume or something like that, but you want to find a way not to blow the speaker, essentially.
So when we were rehearsing, we originally were on Facebook video, and like because the video settings on my computer, I had to go back into Zoom and like basically turn my mic volume up for Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying my mic volume is down, not up?
Your mic volume sounds great. You just sound normal to me. Hers was like peaking, so it's like it was coming across like staticky and super loud. So yours sounded kind of even, and hers was like really loud and basically, if you've ever heard of been to an independent film or been in one, and you go to the premiere and the audio is very uneven, you can't watch the movie. It's like really hard to watch. So that's what we were experiencing, was this sort of like extreme unevenness. And once again, we're dealing with a new medium, and we're dealing with it together. So I'm not coming at you or anything. I'm just saying, hey, this is a new thing that as actors, it's actually our responsibility. And maybe you've never thought of that before, but now you're going, okay, I got to figure this out. And this is why a sound guy gets paid to do what he does.
Yeah.
So a sound guy is going to have a big, big old board like Joey's got here, and or one that's smaller in his pack, and he listens and he says, "Hey, give me your lines." And a lot of times he'll say, "How loud? What's the loudest you're going to be?" And you do that, and he adjusts, and he's like, "And how quiet?" And he adjusts, and then the sound guy has to live in the scene with you and kind of move with you so that it's not so it never gets that peak place. So when you're Danielle, if you go in the other room and you're shouting to him from the other room, then yeah, you'll have to raise your voice. But you have to understand, like the same way I have the microphone right in front of my face here, I understand I can speak differently here, but if I speak the same volume and I speak it from here, it sounds differently. So I would have to do more of a shout in order to get that point across from a distance, okay? So just be aware of that. Like right now, you sound just fine. So just understand that's what was happening. You were projecting sort of through the whole machine there.
Okay.
Okay. So what is the scene about, and what is the play about? Like what's your take on this?
So it's about like a struggling marriage, and like, how they're trying to fix it, I think.
Yeah, so Ted kind of promised me, I feel in the beginning, that everything would be okay, and things haven't been so great for him at work, and I'm kind of disappointed, really. We have 2 kids. We're just kind of an average, couple. We started off pretty happy, and now kind of Sparky finds herself unhappy, and Ted's still working hard trying to make her happy and his family happy.
Yeah, we mooch off of her parents, but we're like almost at the point of like being able to pay for ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah. So this play is about it. Yes, it's about a broken marriage, but it's also there's a bit of the alcoholism in there as well. Alcohol is a big factor. We talk about suicide a little bit in there, and we deal with really the reality of the middle class and this sort of the huge barrier to break out of the middle class. There's this one line he says, and I don't know if it's before you start the scene, but he says, when she asks you about your day, is that earlier or later?
I think that's earlier. Before the phone call. That's
earlier. Okay. So she asks you about your day, and then you say, I landed $100,000 contract.
Yeah, I think I talk about the $100,000 deal later on in the monologue here.
Okay. So, but think about this though, for middle class, $100,000, 100,000 smackers, 5% of which will be my commission. Right, is it 2% or something like that? It's a very small amount. So it's like, it's all this money. Like, I'm making all this money, and then you get the tiniest percentage. Yeah. And the guy that owns the company, who's who's got the door locked and he's bringing in the consultants and stuff, he's making the other 98%. So it's this story about the middle class and you clawing and scratching and trying to find your way out. And then it's the question about, she married him. Why? Why'd she marry him, Danielle?
Well, kind of in the beginning, obviously we fell in love.
Love.
And
she married him for love. Yes, and he's funny. He's funny. He makes her laugh. That's why she married him. And he sold her on dreams. And he said, "Hey, I'm gonna make something of myself." And he made her laugh. And he made her laugh. And then all of a sudden, it's not funny anymore. And we're poor, and it's not funny. And I see you trying, and I love that you're trying, and I'm happy about that. But it's embarrassing going to the grocery store.
Right. Yeah, because the checks keep.
Yeah, it's embarrassing, and he's a prideful guy. He doesn't want to be taking handouts from mom and dad. He wants to make it on his own. He wants to prove himself to his wife, and so it's this struggle of what the reality is, living in the middle class, lower middle class, and really trying to be. It almost goes all the way back to Death of a Salesman, like he's a salesman, and it's this guy that's just going to grind and work, and for what? And is he working on the right things? And he's doing so much to try to keep his mind right, but then all these things keep being thrown his way. And what do they turn to every night? Happy hour. Alcohol, television, which is just keeping them in the middle class. It's their prison. So that's a big part of the whole equation here. And then same thing with her, with like the house being unkempt and her having all these stresses and different things going on. So because we picked up a little later in the scene, it's just so important that we understand and you slow down and make sure that we get it when you say, while you're at it, why don't you go ahead and imagine that I was taking slow, deep breaths? Because you were saying, I thought about suicide. And you want him to hear it. Because then he gets mad about it.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, she's in a lot of pain. She's in a lot of pain. She's in a place where she really, because she comes and tells the audience, I really thought about it. I really did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex and we talked about that last night too while we were rehearsing. I don't know, we kind of can see it can be a little light. I know, like, we talk about suicide, but then we also joke about it later on. So we didn't know exactly how we should play this. I've kind of been struggling with how I should play Sparky specifically. Like, if I should play her a little more dark or play her a little more light. But that's kind of what I was struggling with too.
Well, I think you play her real. You play her real emotional center, and and when she's talking to the audience, that's her real her.
Mm-hmm.
And when she's joking with her husband, that's the way that they cover it up, and they use the alcohol to do it.
Okay.
And they use the Friday parties, and they use the whatever they can to get away from the pain for just an hour a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the weekend matters so much.
Okay.
So that's a big part of it. I'm thinking what we could do then is maybe, until I figure out a better answer, because I don't have one for you yet. And I was really curious, actually. I saw the lineup today, and I hadn't heard from you as far as a question on this. So I was thinking, I wonder what they thought of to figure this out, But I'm thinking for you to break the fourth wall, you should go into camera for that. And maybe when you're talking to each other, just look at each other on the phone and not in the camera, not directly in the camera lens.
Like on the screen here, but not like on this phone.
Right. Yeah, just look where she really is. So it's the difference between this, Alex. If I'm looking at you on my screen here, and then I look to audience here.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then here's the deal: when you go to audience, so you go directly to camera real quick for me, Alex. All right. When you do that, then I'll just kind of pretend like I don't hear you. Or I could freeze or something. So when the other person's gone to the audience, what you want to do is not distract in any way.
Gotcha.
Because we want all focus on the person talking. As a matter of fact, Joey, if they go to audience, why don't you cut to a solo shot of them? That's something we can do on our end, actually.
Great.
Too. Okay, let's try it again. Let's pick it up from the beginning. And Alex, what happens right before you pick up the phone? The phone rings.
So I'm actually we cut off most of the phone conversation. The conversation on the phone is really long.
It's so good though, man. Oh,
yeah.
The writing's just delicious in this play.
Oh, so Sparky has just told me like a crazy 10-minute monologue about her day and all the things she's done. And I'm like, just kind of like on the phone, like there's a person on the other end of the line, and I'm like not paying attention. I'm like, my jaws drop, like looking at Sparky, like what?
Yeah, right. Okay, so I'm gonna challenge the two of you right now. 2 days from now, we're gonna open this scene with that long monologue there.
Okay, it's just one more page.
Danielle, Danielle's.
Oh shit.
Going back. Wait, let me grab the play really quick. I just want to make sure I know which one you're talking about.
I'm talking about the 2.5 pages that's just you.
Your 10-minute monologue.
Oh, shoot. Okay, Matt. Alrighty. Okay. Does it need to be word for word?
It does, yeah.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh man.
That just made me nervous. Okay.
Do you want to start right there? Like, should she just
Do you know them? Do you know your whole monologue after she hangs up or after she's done talking?
No, from like one page earlier. No, I don't.
Okay, so yeah, just pick up where you were. But
Okay.
the whole point is, she's there, she's gone on about her day, and just gave you every little tiny detail. And
I gotta pay attention to her more. Yeah.
Yeah, and so now what happened was you're listening and you're kind of annoyed, but also impressed. It's like I mean, this is she's been talking for a long time, and then what happens is you forget that you had dialed the phone, and he's already there, and he's your boss. So in the beginning there, you were embarrassed. So now you're picking up. Now the one thing I think you missed as well is his status. So
the boss's status?
Yours, yeah. So the boss's status is above you, and you're the charismatic salesman who, you know, you're his right-hand man. You like being his right-hand man. You're the joke guy. You're the guy that comes in and, you know, lands the deal. So you're not going to be so grumpy with him.
Oh, okay. See, I thought I wasn't like I thought like I didn't really like him because like later on in the book, like,
that's right. You don't, but you don't talk to him that way.
Okay.
You know, like you tell him a joke and you're like, yeah, that's a good one, you know, and you're like, come on, man, don't say. I tried to get in your office for a long time, but then behind his back, you're going, this guy doesn't know anything.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Gotcha.
But to his face, you can't do that or you're gonna get fired.
Damn. See, this is why I've been fired so many times. All right, do this.
All right, here we go.
Okay, boss. See you Monday. What?
All right, good. Let's go back. So those little reactions, make sure they're real, but send them to Danielle.
To Danielle, gotcha.
Because she's the one that has to see that you know, this is how I feel about this guy really. But I'm using my voice, so he thinks I love him. But to you, I'm going, man, this guy's annoying. Like, so I'm like, listen to me trying to talk him into me not going to work. You can hear me trying to talk him into it.
Gotcha. Okay, boss. See you Monday.
Nope, to her.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. See you Monday. What? Yeah, I don't want to talk with Otto Beethoven. I talked to him all afternoon. Oh, come on. I've had enough of him for one day. I'm sure he does. If I made $200 a day, I'd want to talk around the clock too. Charlie, I can't come back in tonight. Christ, I have a family.
Okay, do that line again.
Yeah.
Do that line again. I can't come back in tonight. I got a family. Because that's got to be together.
Okay. Charlie, I can't come back in tonight. Christ, I have a family.
Good. Do it again. Don't add an extra word, and make sure she feels it.
Okay. Charlie, I can't come back in tonight. Christ, I have a family. Oh, I stuttered again.
There you go.
Charlie, I can't come back in tonight. Christ, I have a family. I know. Look, I promised Sparky I'd take her to a party tonight. If I can get away, I'll come in. If I can't, I can't. Where are you two going to be? Okay. Christ.
What?
Good. Now walk away and start undoing your tie.
Right then?
Okay. Yeah, just listen. And then you can talk while you're walking away.
I'm just thinking about you out in the car drinking a martini.
While you're at it, think of the garage being shut tight, the engine running, and me taking big, deep breaths.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'll draw you a picture sometime.
What the hell's going on around here? I come home on a Friday night. There's no one here. No sign of supper anywhere. Goddamn television doesn't work. My wife doesn't want to screw because Georgia and Marty are having a party. You can't even write down a telephone message for me? And I ask what's kept you busy all day, and I got a 10-minute monologue while I'm trying to make a phone call? Then, hoping to save the day, I try to turn the whole thing into a joke, and...
Maybe it's not a joke.
Let's go again. You got to be ready for that, Danielle.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was late.
Then, hoping to save the day, I try to turn the whole thing into a joke.
Maybe it's not a joke.
Try to turn the whole thing into a joke, and what do I get but... I'll draw you a picture sometime.
Maybe it's not a joke.
I think it is a joke. I think this whole goddamn mess around here is a goddamn joke. Christ! Ah!
All right, get me something that's gonna make noise, because you need to cut your hand, right?
Is that good?
No. You got
That's
some...
another thing. I was telling Danielle yesterday, like, I'm not gonna break a glass in my house, dude.
you don't need to break a glass, but you got to cheat. So we need something that sounds like glass, because it just sounds like you're touching your hand at the table.
Yeah, I know.
And then the other thing is you don't believe it, so you got to be cut and bleeding.
And believe it.
And then it's barely anything, but you're gonna over exaggerate the situation. But that's the deal. So, do you have like a you look around for something that you could just sort of knock to the ground that would make a noise, like a loud noise? You got something?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So go ahead and make the exasperated move, and then just sort of smack it to the ground, and then sell us on the pain.
All right. I think this whole goddamn mess around here is a goddamn joke. Christ.
Good. Do it again real quick, and don't do it to her. So you'll want to go away from it. So is a joke, and you can smack this way, and we hear it.
I can't see you, Matt.
You can't see me? Can you see me now? Oh, you can't see me. Okay. Joey. He's coming.
Okay.
Can you see me now? Okay. So he's gonna be so you can go away from the camera. So you smack it, and you kind of you can you're not gonna do it to her. You smack something away. And then you could even fall off camera if you want, and then you come back and there's a lot of pain going on. Because right now it looks like this, and it looks like you're half-assing it, And we need to see you really smack something hard.
Oh.
Because it's like a fit of rage, You're just but go right off camera with it so you don't get caught.
All right, it's just hard because I don't have like a surface to put this on. Like I'm carrying this with my hand right now, so I'll just be like, okay.
Is it really? You don't have a surface right there?
Well, I mean, otherwise it's just like, like it's on my counter,
Yeah. Then you know what? Do it someplace off camera. Find a spot to just throw a temper tantrum and go away from camera.
Okay.
So you can be creative and you can make a big noise and then you can come back into frame. So there's a lot you can actually do with comedy there too. Because what we don't see is what we imagine, which is kind of cool.
Okay. All right. Let me try something. Sparky, can you go back to the line before that?
Yes. I just say maybe it's not a joke. The second one.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's not a joke.
I think it is a joke. I think this whole goddamn mess around here is a goddamn joke. I threw it on the couch and it didn't make a noise.
I'll go back, Alex. You ready?
Almost. Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Maybe it's not a joke.
I think it is a joke. I think this whole goddamn mess around here is a goddamn joke. Ah. God damn it.
Let me see.
I'll fix it myself.
Now pull the lens right up to your face. Put your face right up in there and talk to us. Closer.
I really thought about it. Sitting out there, sipping a 9-1 martini, while listening to Frank Sinatra singing tenderly. And then I thought, close the windows.
Go again. Go again and make eye contact with us. We're right there. Yeah.
The whole time?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Bring your
Okay.
face down. You're talking directly to us.
Sorry. Okay. I really thought about it. Sitting out there.
Does she say you know or not? I thought she said you know. You know.
I can check really quick.
I really thought about it. You know. Yeah, I think there's a you know.
Is it you know?
I could be wrong. I have to know.
I really thought about it. No, it says sitting out. Really thought about it. Sitting out there, and she just goes right into it.
Okay, I must have a memory of somebody else doing it wrong. So just look and make sure that we know you're talking to us now.
Okay.
So take a second to relate to the audience, and you're connecting to us personally.
I really thought about it. Sitting out there, sipping a 9-1 martini, while listening to Frank Sinatra singing tenderly.
Do that again. So some of that needs to be together that you have broken up.
Okay.
So think about what goes together there. Sitting out there drinking a 9-1 martini, listening to Frank Sinatra singing tenderly, and I thought, there's the first break.
Oh, okay.
Because everything you're saying there is all one idea. So when you break it up, it starts to sound choppy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I really thought about it. Wait, is there a pause there?
Yep.
Okay.
But try your best to keep your eyes on us.
Okay.
And you're not trying to look sad. You're just relating to us. You're letting us know. I'm serious. I actually did think about suicide.
Okay.
So
this feels weird talking so close. Like I feel like people are really right in my grill. It's
they are. They're right in your grill.
Like, I'm like nervous. I don't know why.
You should be. So here's the thing. So the idea is you're going right into our face and you're talking directly to us, and you're dealing with a subject matter that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and this is why these plays are so important that we put them up and do them right. So this is probably most people. I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone else in the world, but I think most people have had the thought, like even if it just crossed your mind for a second, you just were like, life is weird. I could just yank the wheel left and just be done. And so it's a very weird thought, you know. So like suicide is something that comes up, and people have dealt with it. They've had family members that have dealt with it. People have had extreme depression and whatnot. So you're coming out and you're not trying to be sad, because you're not necessarily. You're trying to connect with us and be honest. And so you're just saying, you look at us and you go, I really thought about it. Like I wasn't kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Bring your chin down a little bit. There you go. So you're coming. There you go. And then you can still come right at. There you go. That's perfect.
Okay. I really thought about it. Sitting out there, sipping a 9-1 martini while listening to Frank Sinatra singing tenderly. And then I thought, close the windows, start the engine, and drift off on a cloud of beefeaters and X and high test. But I didn't. But I might.
Do those two lines again. Let yourself go to the emotion. Right at us. Right at us.
Okay, sorry, I was thinking. Can I just go back a little bit?
Sure.
Okay.
Just take your time through that, because when you say I might, you mean it.
Okay.
She's going. I don't know how much more I can take. I'm here, and I don't know how much more I can take.
Wait, I can't see you, Matt. Am I supposed to see you?
That's okay. No, it's more.
okay.
It's more important that you just sort of hear that and internalize this idea of she's got this huge pile up right now.
Mm-hmm.
Bring that chin down.
Sorry. And then I thought, close the windows, start the engine, and drift off on a cloud of beefeaters and X and high test. But I didn't. But I might. I don't have a death wish, actually. I just want to get away for a while. I wonder how many people commit suicide.
Do that line again. The I just want to get away from for a while. That's got to be together as well.
Oh, okay. I thought I put the ... Maybe I read it wrong in the play, but I just want to get away.
It could be that you played it as a period there.
Oh.
So it's just this, she's saying, I just want to get away for a while. It's like a continuation of the same thought. I spoke on this yesterday or this morning. Also, Joey brought something up last night, but I brought my kids to work last night. So I was coaching the class, and my daughter was running around in the background. I don't know if you saw that or not, but she was, she came in, and I had to step out for a second, ask her not to do that. And, we cut away from it, and the whole lesson was basically not to hide it. I should have just brought her into the camera for a second, had her say hi. But that aside, the reason I brought her in and brought Jack in was because of this quarantine deal. My wife has had zero alone time. Zero. She's got 3 kids at home, and they can't go anywhere. I mean, it's brutal, And so as hard as it's been for us, I come to the studio to do these classes at least. So there's some sense of at least some kind of like being alone for a second. And so that was why I was like, oh, I'll take the kids with me. And you need that, And so she's at a place where she hasn't had that in a very long time, even just a second to be by herself. So she went, and think about it. The only place she could think of to hide, to get some alone time, was in the car. She made a martini, went to the car, closed the door, and locked it. And she was like, this is awesome.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
And come right back in. So, and I want you to understand with your chin. So this is a good lesson for you and for everybody, because we're going to be going over camera angles in classes this next month. But the idea here, can you have her see me real quick, Joey?
Oh, I can see you.
So the idea is your computer is at. Can you see this?
Mm-hmm.
Where are we at here? Trying to figure this out. Okay, so you're at like this angle, so you can see I'm coming up like this. So to get straight, I actually have to put my head like this to get an angle that feels like it's actually square.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I'm getting a shot underneath my chin.
Mm-hmm.
Which is it's not a flattering angle, but it's also not a powerful angle. And right now, she's directly speaking to the audience, and we want to feel like you're down here and in our like talking to us down here versus see the difference with this.
Yeah, definitely.
So it doesn't. I don't feel you probably don't feel as connected to me from here as you would me coming down and into the camera.
Mm-hmm.
So just be aware of the angle. So you have to counter the angle depending on your device.
Okay.
Maybe
Do you want me to start?
try putting it on the countertop behind you.
Yeah. Just my window is behind me, so for lighting purposes.
Oh yeah, it's better.
I don't really. I mean, I could hold it. I don't mind holding it, if that's better.
Either way, I didn't mind it, and I don't mind them, Joey, either. The lesson of knowing, as long as you know the angle, you can easily counteract it. You know.
Yeah. Or if I let, yeah.
Yeah, just come into the camera. Just come into the camera and keep your chin down.
Okay. Am I going from the top or from?
Yeah, from the top.
I really thought about it. Sitting out there, sipping a 9-1 martini while listening to Frank Sinatra singing tenderly. And then I thought, close the windows, start the engine, and drift off on a cloud of beefeaters and X and high test.
Go again and get through that line together as well. And so pick it up from, and then I thought.
And then I thought, close the windows.
So get rid of the pauses after, like the pause after windows, and get rid of all those pauses.
Oh, just kind of run it all together?
Yeah, because here's the thing. The other thing about Sparky is she's funny.
Oh, okay.
Sparky's funny. So she's being serious, but that's a funny line to say, beefeaters and X on high test, you know.
Yeah.
So she's saying, I thought about it, and then I thought, I'll just close the windows, suck in all the exhaust, and then just drift off. So she's kind of getting through the thought, but she also means it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you just don't need to drag it out. The line's taking care of it for you.
Okay. Try it again. And then I thought, close the windows, start the engine. Oh, that was too fast.
Oh, that was okay.
And then, okay. And then I thought, close the windows, start the engine, and drift off on a cloud of beefeaters and X and high test.
Good. Do it again without having your head go wiggly.
And then I thought,
get right through
close
it.
the windows.
Do it again. And then I thought, close the windows. Just get right through it.
And then I thought, close the windows, start the engine, and drift off on a cloud of beefeaters and X and high test. But I didn't. But I might. I don't have a death wish, actually. I just want to get away for a while. I wonder how many people commit suicide because they want to get away and don't know how. And
Where's the aspirin?
In the cabinet. That's for his shoulder.
Good. Good. Do that again. Do that again. That's a time when you would yell and go ahead and break the microphone. I don't mind. So he's shouting.
Oh,
he's shouting. So what you'll do is you'll shout back, and it's annoying to you because you're in the middle of like a really nice moment with us. And and you're going like, and here's the thing, and then he yells, and you're like, it's over behind this stupid thing, and then
come out of frame.
Yeah, you yell that way because it's like moron, and then you come back and you're like, he's a moron.
Okay.
Okay, because you're sharing this little bit of your side of your guys' personality, and it's fun because you both break the fourth wall, so you get to talk about each other a little bit,
Yeah. Okay.
All right, go ahead and shout again, Alex.
Where's the aspirin?
In the cabinet.
No, shout.
Actually,
but turn your head and shout back like he's back there.
In the cabinet. That's for his shoulder. His arthritis flares up when he's angry or tired or when he wants it to flare up. Don't worry about his hand. It's just a small cut. Wash it out with some Medi-Quick and a bandage. She'll do it. Although he'll probably put it in a sling. Ted has a sense of the dramatic. Oh, I shouldn't. He's right, I should have written down that phone message. I should have called Ottinger's. That wasn't asking too much. But why didn't I? I used to in the olden days, just like a machine. And then the kids came, the long days, the 100 million cafe clatches,
Do you think that could be it? Maybe caffeine softens the brain. Anyway, I can't keep the importance of it all in the front of my head. And do you have to return a phone call immediately? Right then? What's the big deal about being on time? Ted rushes through breakfast saying, I'm going to be late. For what? 18 years of rushing, and we're overdrawn at the bank. And does it really matter if the TV doesn't work for a couple of days? And if I...
How do we do it, Georgia and Marty's?
Between 8:30 and 9.
Alex, where's the sling?
Yeah. So I went to like a bandage instead.
Okay, you got to have it. You got to have the sling. You got to have the sling. So what'd you do?
I just have this really bad.
Whatever it is, you do a makeshift one. I don't care if it's a T-shirt, your tie, whatever. And it's okay. No, because we're gonna stop the scene now anyway. So it's all about timing, right? So she's going. He'll probably put it in a sling and this and that. And then she finishes her speech, and we don't see you. You're off camera, and then all of a sudden you walk in, and you're Mr. like.
I can't see you.
And it's super important that that you overplay the injury, because that's the whole joke, is that he does that.
Yeah, I know. We practiced it a bunch of times with like me trying to put it in this blanket, but it just looks so stupid. Like I ended up just taking it off like throughout the rest of the monologue. So I figured it might just be better to just do like something more permanent.
So it's kind of supposed to look stupid. That's part of the point. Is he goes in there and he could and should use a bandage.
Okay.
But instead, because of the throbbing,
right.
he's got to put it in a whole like contraption of sorts. So that's what I'm saying. Like you could even use your tie or another tie that you have or something like that, and kind of get it all set and ready, and it'll look totally homemade and wonky. And that's the point, is that he's overplaying the injury and overplaying the idea that he's so hurt, and really it's like a paper cut.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And then you have to justify her comedy, because she says, and we don't want to know it's coming. She's like, but he'll probably put it in a sling, and we don't think she's serious. And then you come in and you're really wearing a sling.
Yeah. No, yeah, totally. Yeah. That's what we originally practiced. I just, didn't want to look stupid, but I'm supposed to look stupid. So.
Hello. Yeah. I mean, you're not supposed to look stupid, but here's the deal. You got to play Ted, and Ted doesn't feel like he looks stupid. Ted thinks he's getting sympathy. He's coming in going like, I'm really hurt. I need to be taken care of. I need my wife to take care of me. Like, look how bad I'm hurt.
Puppy dog eyes.
Yeah, totally. That's exactly it. Yeah, he's not trying to look stupid. I mean, he does look stupid because of what she says earlier, but it's just funny, and it's also a part of who he is. It's a part of this big personality. He's a guy that loves telling jokes and loves being the center of attention, and and all that. So it's a part of his charm, really. I mean,
so the sling, the arm in the sling, the whole rest of the scene, yeah.
Unless there's a part that they either say you take it out, or a part where it would make sense that you take it out, because there might be a part, but really it's more for show. So you bring it out for show, and then the two of you sit down, and then probably at some point in time, maybe it would make sense for you to just kind of, it's like think to yourself, it's feeling better a little bit. I can loosen my sling now.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, good. So what questions do you guys have for me?
Well, first, where exactly should we start from? And now, should we move our ending spot up, or keep the ending at the same?
No, I think it's good. You know what? Stay where you are. Assuming we continue the scene, which I think we should. The two of you are well cast for this. I'd want to go back and do the whole thing, because I really believe you'll crush this. Honestly, I was excited to see you do the opening monologue, Alex. I think you'll be very good at it. With some coaching, it's a tough piece, but he comes out almost like a stand-up comedian, and there's it really sets the stage for this, like, to the audience and then back in the scene, and to the audience and back in the scene thing. So. And this one is probably, of all the scenes we've done so far, the most challenging when it comes to using the phones, just because of the setting and how much is revolved around the home and them talking about the home. So the fact that you're married and you're not in the same place makes it much more difficult. Because if you were dating or something, then it's easier. But now it's like you're complaining about being in the same house, so that becomes tough. So I'll think about it. If I can think of a way around it, I'll share that with you. But otherwise, we'll just keep going the way we're going.
Okay.
And start where you're at, but go ahead and start memorizing the beginning, because I think that you guys should continue this scene without a doubt.
Okay. What do you consider the beginning?
The page
monologue,
one,
or where I start?
Page
like,
one.
When I'm like looking at her, like,
page one of the entire play.
Page one. Okay.
It's right in the beginning. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Where you go, Sparky? Well,
okay.
Well, gotcha. TGIF. I mean, that's the monologue I got to see you do. I mean, the world needs to see you do that monologue.
They do.
It's important.
Okay.
Okay. What other questions we have?
No, that was really helpful, because we were struggling with a lot of that stuff you coached us through. Yeah. It was just a good eye opener. So basically, I guess I'm still kind of confused. We're in the same room then, right, Matt? We're in the same room.
For now, that's the way we're playing it. Yeah, unless we can come up with a better option. Because this is the one scene that I didn't think of a way around it yet. I was hoping you did, but I don't blame you, because I can't think of one either. But
okay.
Let's just play that for now, and then what I want to make sure you find, both of you, is the love.
Yeah.
Okay, they did fall in love for a reason. He is funny. She is pretty. The two of you do have chemistry. It's just this middle class is weighing you down, and it's hard. And it's hard to be poor, and it's hard to work paycheck to paycheck, and it's hard to look forward to Fridays, all week, and just have this sort of monotonous life. And that's the play. So if you find the love, and what happens, I think, is we see these as an audience member. We have so much hope for you. And we see these little glimpses of happiness, and then it dissipates. And we see a glimpse of happiness, and we see the two of you with a spark between the two of you, and then it dissipates again. And it's like it's almost there, and you kind of have it. You have everything you need. You just don't realize it, and you're letting yourself fall into the same trap as everybody else. And so you just end up in this zone of where you can't get out of it mentally. So the play ends sort of, I don't know. It's kind of abrupt, the way it ends, and you're left with going, now what? I guess.
You mean the whole play?
Yeah, I mean it sort of makes you feel like, well, there's just going to be more of the same,
Yeah.
Which is maybe the point. It's just like, they've gone through this whole transition. We've watched this whole story, and then it's just gonna happen again next weekend. I mean, that's kind of the feel I got when I finished reading it. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no answers at the end. We were talking about that yesterday too, because he's talking about his book again, and then I just walk out. So
right,
yeah. I saw no hope. Well, I kind of saw no hope, but I guess it's more uncertain.
Well, no hope.
When I read that, I thought of that ending as like more of like a sitcom, like he's like, she's obviously like, wants him to be reinterested again, but he's like so interested in this book that she's just like, all right, good night,
Yeah, that's exactly right. You're so close to having the happiness, but why is he into the book, Alex?
Because his son was into, what was it, quantum science.
Yeah, and he's trying to better himself. Like he thinks that he thinks he can level up, because if he levels up, he can make more money. If he makes more money, he can make her happy. And in this brief moment, she's going, "Hey, just like come hang out," and you're going, "I'm trying to make you happy."
Okay.
That's that constant struggle of, you're trying to make the other person happy, but you haven't filled up your own bucket first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's with the disconnect. We keep seeing them they're so close and then disconnect. And is love enough? That's the question we have to answer in this play. And and can you get over all these things and just be enough with each other and for each other, and and live this life together? I mean, it's tough. It's like a tough play, and I think most people live through this.
Yeah.
The middle class is a majority of human beings. So to get out of the middle class, or to live an existence there that is not the same as everybody else, is very tough. And this play sort of just exposes all the the truths that kind of live in that space.
Gotcha. Yeah. What should we work on for Sunday?
What should you what?
What should we try to improve on for Sunday?
So improve on the chemistry. Improve on the being personal with each other, with the audience. You got to find he is big and funny and charismatic, and you are too, Alex. So you got to smile more. You got to make her laugh. You got to try to connect, and then Danielle, you're gonna be smart. You come from maybe a upper middle class family, so your parents aren't rich, but they're not poor either. And so, and they kind of, you look down on Ted because you want him to make more money like your dad and stuff. And so you're smart and witty, and you're going to be able to interact with the audience in a way that's more confident, but the pain is still real.
Gotcha.
Okay. And you'll be more confident with him because you're not just like a sad character in general. Mm-hmm. You're just totally overwhelmed, and as a matter of fact, I don't think you necessarily show him everything that's going on inside.
Oh,
you're also exhausted too when the scene starts.
Totally.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Oh yeah,
you get tired.
Should my hair be messed up more? Or like, should I look exhausted? I don't.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, you've gone through a long day. You're going to be going out tonight. The whole bit. So you're probably going to get yourself ready. But really, it's like you've had a long day. He's had a long day. The two of you meet, and you want each other to take care of each other, and neither of you have enough energy. That's kind of part of it too. But he walks in, and you don't flop on the couch necessarily. You probably start doing the laundry and probably start like trying to look as if you're put together until finally he gets mad at you, and you're like, you know what? You want to hear about it? And then you just go off on him. And that's what I mean. Like, you're stronger than you're playing her.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. That makes a lot
more
sense now.
She's not a pushover, and she's not a sad character. She is sad. She's feeling sad right now, but she's not a sad character. She's strong. She's witty. She has her own, spark to her.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what I want you guys to find. Find the chemistry. Find the spark. Find the relationship. Because if I don't care, that's why the beginning is important too. But if I don't care about the relationship, then why do I care that it's not going to work out? Mm-hmm. So that's what I mean. You got to find the love. You got to show us the love. You got to show us the hope, so that at the end, when we see like, oh man, like, is there no hope? And then you like, that's part of the storyline, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well done, you two. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, online students, we are now going to take a lunch break. So thank you for joining us. We will be on lunch for about an hour, I believe. We'll be back around 12:10 is our timing to be back. If you are in the class, you're a participant, we will now send you to our virtual lobby. You guys can hang out for a little bit and share your thoughts with Danielle and Alex.
ignore this, Lee. You can't just say it's done.
Well, you and me, Grace, were absolutely done.
You're going to throw me out?
I would love for you to be my friend, but it seems you are unable to give me that.
It's not how it looks to me.
Really? And who the fuck are you?
I'll tell you who I'm not. An enabler.
So you called me to help me with my lie? Is that it?
You just don't even think about what position you're putting me in, do you?
Don't make this about you, Grace! Stop trying to be an example. Just be Grace. Let me get through this. Just hold my hand and let me get through this. You really don't believe me? There's not even a moment of doubt? You're that sure?
I was there, Lee.
Not the whole time.
I was listening.
Not the whole time!
Why are you doing this?
I'm not doing anything! This is right. What's the point?
We were more than this.
We're not. So, what do you want from me, Grace?
I just want you to spread them wider next time. Maybe that way the whole team can fit in.
No. You want me to confide in you and cry in your arms. And then maybe I'll realize that the real person I love has been right here all along, like you've dreamt. And you'll think I'm glad I paid her rent and took care of her. It finally paid off. You want me to tell you it's a lie so that you can help me out of it. And you want me to open my legs wider so you can fit in.
Well, now we know where we stand. You know, if you're telling the truth about all of this, I hope it hurt.
It did.
Okay, scene. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Welcome back to Masterclass. Welcome to the first virtual Masterclass for the two of you.
Yeah.
Woo.
So this play is new for me. I'm going to have you walk me through some things. It's
Is it okay that we can't see you?
No, Brian's going to fix that right now. He remembered as soon as you said that.
Should I click join breakout room?
No, don't click that.
Okay,
Do not
sorry.
X out of that, Brian. So there are some limitations to the to the format that we're using, of course, and then there are some advantages. And I think the two of you hit a lot of the advantages because it felt like we were watching an intimate conversation between two people, which is ideal. So first and foremost, let's dive into the complex relationship between the two of you.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me about that.
We did a lot of like improv and work on our relationship because basically what we decided happened was that our freshman year of college, we like met randomly in line at a Starbucks and we like improvised this. I like couldn't pay for my drink. Like I had like $1 less than I needed. And BB's character Grace was just kind of like, oh, like, I'll help you out. I'll pay for it. Really? And I was like, oh, I can like Venmo you. And she was like, no, don't worry about it. And then that sort of like sets the precedent for our like the tone of our relationship, I guess. And we are very, very different people. But from that moment, because we both have experienced going to college freshman year and being so, you really want to make friends, you know, and sometimes for a while you cling on to the first person that you meet. Mm-hmm. So we met each other and then we connected and then we just kind of stuck, even though we were so fundamentally different. And a lot of our relationship was just Grace's character taking care of me and her, because we come from very, very different backgrounds. And she, you know, internally thinks that I'm a little bit less than because I grew up with a very bad home life and I have a lot less money than her. So she would like pay my rent and take care of me and do all these things. And it just built up over time into, yeah. Do you want to? Yeah.
No, you're good. The first scene that we have together in the play, I talk about, there's a group of like our friends who are buying a dress for someone, and I'm like, don't worry, I paid your share. Like, you don't have to pay. Totally fine. And so I understand the financial strain she's in, but and because I care about her and in trying to help her, I try to alleviate that, but it becomes this kind of this relationship that is like toxic for the both of us, because it's like I've decided that like through all of the ways that Grace, my character, is trying to help Lee, it's like I need to feel needed, and I exercise that a lot, so I'm always trying to fix things that don't necessarily need to be fixed.
And is there any kind of romantic relationship between the two of you?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Okay. So, because talk to me about Lee, because I think she's like the big question mark in this play. It's really hard. I think, you know, the playwright came out and he smashed the scene with this kind of going after the Me Too movement, but did it in a way that sort of told both sides almost. Because Lee is a fireball, you know. So tell me about her, and that's what I mean. There's a complexity to Lee, I think, that's not, it's not what we see on the surface necessarily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the thing with Lee is that she had a very, very difficult life growing up, and so me and Bibi kind of talked about this a lot. We were talking about it today. What her like goals and her highest dream is different from like a lot of people's dream, and she's coming at it at a place of survival. And like what she wants is she wants to get married to Jimmy, and she wants to have a stable life and a secure, like, happy family, because that's what she like didn't have as a child almost. And so I was telling Bibi this morning, like, that was sort of hard for me to connect to because I understood it intellectually, that place of survival, but I was thinking about it in terms of Lee's life. And then what allowed me to connect to it more was thinking about the things in my life that I feel that survivalist, like, animalistic instinct towards, that like I wake up every day and I'm like, this is what I need to work towards. Like, I will do anything in my power, you know, to get these things. And that's how she feels about her future, and about having just like a security basically is what she wants. And so what's really interesting in this scene is like both Grace and we were talking about this today too, like our survival is being threatened, and the other one is like threatening what we want. Yeah.
So is Lee crazy?
I don't think that she's crazy. I think that she definitely has a lot of trauma, and it's impacted her in really severe ways. But yeah, I don't think that I would not use the word crazy.
There were a lot of conversations, Stevie and I talked about whether or not we think she was actually raped, and there's a lot of different clues in the play as to if she wasn't. And I mean, I'm sure Phoebe can speak more of this, but we decided that she was, because then just from the clues in the play, we had decided that she was raped. Uses it, she spins it to then get this thing that she wants to achieve in her life.
Like, we decided that she was raped, but she lied about being pregnant, and she lied about the miscarriage, basically.
So and then there's like a follow-up at the end where she basically coerces the guy to do it again, right?
Like a self-fulfilling prophecy, kind of.
Because it's the same guy, right? Mm-hmm. So it's interesting because I think the question marks, like, you're right. Like, you have to sit here and ask, did she really get raped? How much did alcohol play a part? who's guilty and in what way, and how deeply are they guilty. I mean, because the guy, is it Davis, I think it is? I mean, he's a terrible dude. Either way, that guy should be locked up. So I mean, that doesn't matter to me. Like, I'm like, okay, that guy should be locked up. But in a way, her personality is an ongoing user personality, including this relationship.
Mhm.
If you think about it, she puts herself in this vulnerable state, and then to get the free coffee, and then to mooch, and then so she keeps doing that on a repeat basis. And then at the end, it leaves you this question mark when she, I don't know, it's tough it was tough for me to understand. So I'm wondering in this moment when she answers the phone, I don't know how sad she really is. Like, she might be very outgoing to start off this conversation,
Mhm.
because she seems to be somebody who's not necessarily wallowing in it necessarily. It's like something that's it's like it happened. She's upset about it, and we don't know, based on the next time that it happens, whether or not she brought some of the damage onto herself in order to get paid, or if it was happening anyway. Like you said, she just leans into it further.
Mhm.
You know, what are your thoughts? Like, I'm curious, or is it because people don't believe her that she goes off the deep end, and that's the reason why she leans into it more?
Well, it really is tricky, and we changed how we interpreted the play a couple of times. But what I think right now is that, okay, so what I have, basically, it says in the play that she had a crush on Davis for a long time. And so what I have, but I think that she really does love Jimmy. And I wrote out, for my backstory, I wrote out the whole night, and everything that happened, the night of the party. And what I wrote in my backstory is that she was super drunk, and Davis asked her to go into the room with him. And at first she was kind of into it, and she was kissing him back at first, and they were making out. And then essentially what I wrote was that she tried to stop him after he tried to go further, and she was like, I can't, I love Jimmy, I'm not willing to risk. And for her, it wasn't necessarily that, part of it was that she knew that if she had sex with Davis, it would ruin her entire future that she had planned out with Jimmy, and she wasn't willing to sacrifice that. And she was like, I'm sorry, I can't go through with this. And at that point, that was when he held her down and he raped her. That is what I wrote out. And then I think that what happens at the end is that things just get so messy. And because she says in the scene with her sister, Haley's like, you lucky bastard, whatever, you got raped so you could pretend to have a miscarriage. And she's like, that's essentially, she's trying to spin it to be a positive. And she's so traumatized that she's like, okay, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use it to fix the problem about me lying to be pregnant. And so that's when she just sort of gets into all this trauma gets dug out. And then at the end of the play, she has consensual sex with Davis, and then he rapes her again the next morning.
Right.
And that's why it's so complicated, which I understand that's what you're asking. And I think it's because at that point when she does have sex with him, it's in her mind, she's like, I've already told all these lies. She's already spun herself this web. So she's like, what up? I'm just going to, that's the point when she's like, I'm just going to really lean in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then, if you think about it, so in the follow-up scene, I mean, and this is hard to talk about, it really is, but the follow-up scene, then she has consensual sex with him the night before, and then instigates a fight, and then starts beating herself up. So she's gonna, and ripping her own dress so that it's gonna look as if he raped her, and then he does anyway. I didn't think he was going to, and then he does anyway. And meanwhile, Jimmy's out in the car outside. So I thought the whole time she was just trying to get him caught, so that he would, be caught in the action, and then she would have evidence from the night before, and they wouldn't be able to prove that happened. I mean, I don't know. It's messy, but that's why I think she's a little crazy. And I don't mean crazy like she's nuts. I just mean this is not normal behavior.
Right. Yeah.
And so she's a little maniacal, and I think that what what I liked about the play a little bit was then you do see that guy Davis, you see his absolute rage come out, and my thought was that I had was if you played her as somebody who, quote, put herself in position and brought it upon herself, so to speak, it's very clear and very obvious that that doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So if you play her that way and you play her sort of loose and fun and outgoing and like she brought it upon herself, but then you see the guy and you see what really happens, it's clear she's saying no. And it does, and nothing prior to that freaking matters.
Mm-hmm.
The dude's a bad dude, and whether or not the girl was coming on to him or not, it does not justify the end result ever in any circumstance whatsoever. And I think that's why her character needs to be a little on the edge there, needs to be a little crazy, needs to cause that sort of maybe question mark in the audience's mind until they see firsthand for themselves what Davis does at the end, and you're like, okay, like there are either rapists or there aren't, and this guy is one of those guys, and when you hear no, it's clear, no matter what happened before that, if you're saying stop and somebody is literally forcing themselves, there is no gray matter.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I was wondering, because I think it could be a strong choice, and it could be a strong choice to support her in no matter how crazy she is, and no matter how much she might be even wanting to like benefit from this or whatever, it's still at the end of the day when she says enough's enough and it's done, it's horrific to think that somebody would keep going.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So where is Gracie's point of view on this? Because she seems to be really pissed, and that's why I thought maybe there was a hidden something of attraction between the two of them, and I thought I read that in an article when I was researching the play. But this idea that there was something that she was fighting with on her end, with her own religion or something, but that basically she was feeling heartbroken beyond the friendship, but feeling like she thought they had a very special relationship of some kind. So I'm wondering where all of her pent up rage is coming from, because she's really pissed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty nasty what she says at the end of this scene.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And think about what Phoebe's character says back, what Lee says, right?
It did. Yeah.
She calls you out on it. She calls you out on your hidden agenda. She says you actually just want me to spread my legs wide so you can get in.
We didn't even think about that. We were like,
we never read that line that way, but oh my god,
we talked about those lines and we were like, this seems kind of weird, and then we were like, oh, it's just like a metaphor for like
I mean, there is a line earlier in the play where like Lee had come in to sleep with me the night before, and I was like, did I dream you were in my bed, or were you actually in there? And she's like, no, I was. And I was like, oh, I thought I had some like hidden lesbian like feelings I had to unpack.
Yeah, no.
But I thought it was just the playwright trying to be like, I don't know.
See,
funny.
I think it's another whole complication. That's why I was saying I believe the two of you have a very complicated relationship, because when you come into this and you're saying you're acting hurt like a boyfriend who overheard his girlfriend flirting with somebody else. Like you heard the leading into it as what I imagine. You're at the party, you heard the whole
at the door.
You heard her flirting, you heard her going into the room, you heard it, like it was all her, instigated by her, and you thought that this night in the bed meant something, and the two of you have a relationship, and then you're supporting her in different ways, but there's like this hidden something, and now all of a sudden she's kind of crazy. So now she's throwing this stuff out about different people and different things, and you're going like, okay, I don't know what to believe here, and you're a little nuts, and I, so I don't know if it's just your character, Phoebe, that just or BB, that has the sort of these hidden feelings, and then you don't think she knows until that moment, and then and then she says that, which might even justify how nasty you get at the very end because she hits your center.
Mm-hmm. Wow, I never thought about that, but I can definitely see it. The way I had decided was that like I know what I heard and I know what I saw, and I just like I think that her lie is like sinking, this is the way I describe it, is like sinking the whole ship. Like she's putting my future in jeopardy, Davis's, Johnson's, everyone in the whole place. She's putting all of us.
Well, and you feel like she's been lying from day one. You feel like a lot of your relationship with her is a lie.
Yeah.
And now her relationship with Jimmy's a lie, and this is a lie, and you're going like, well, right?
Yeah, well, and the other side of the coin was also like, if she was raped, I was there, I saw the lead up, I heard through the door, that makes me somehow if she was really raped, I'm responsible
for not walking in the room.
So yeah, so it has to be a lie or else I let this happen. So I think that's where like my fear that like I am a bad friend and I let this happen to her and I didn't, and I don't actually like I'm always the one who fixes things and is there for her, and if but this one moment when she needed me to be there, I wasn't. Yeah. If I wasn't, like, that can't be true, or else everything I know about myself is like a lie. I also wrote in that like she's just, what I gathered from the play is like she's a high functioning individual and is very like very planned, very scheduled. She's got a, she knows what she wants to do.
It still doesn't justify the line when you say, if it really happened, I hope it hurt. That is a nasty, horrific thing to say, and I think only something that could possibly come from somebody whose heart is broken. Or you sincerely don't believe her.
I mean, I could see both. I could see, like, I really don't believe her, and like me, I think the scene is me dealing with the tension between it could be true, but I need it to not be, so I'm deciding it's not. So me saying these things is like to convince myself it didn't happen. That's kind of what I had decided. But you bring up a great point. That could also be a really strong, powerful choice that I would buy. And like, I mean, it sets a very different tone to all of the other scenes and how they're played.
Yeah, it sets a tone to the meet cute that you came up with. I mean, it
yeah.
All of a sudden there was a hidden agenda there, and she knew it. I mean, that's the other thing I think about Lee is she probably is a very sexual character. She comes across that way to everybody, male, female, doesn't matter. There are people like that, and the point at the end of the day, I think, is that it doesn't matter if you're outgoing and you are this way. It still doesn't justify at the very end. I could go as far as I want. As soon as I say no, like, it's a horrific criminal act.
That honestly, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And like, I think that because when I read the play the first time, I didn't understand a lot of it and I didn't love it. And I was like, so the very first time I read it, I did think she got raped. And I was like, is this trying to make you like sympathize with the rapist? Like, what is going on? Then I read it a second time and I was like, okay, she didn't get raped, but like, I'm still kind of confused. Like, I definitely saw how you could interpret it both ways. And to me, I don't know. I'm really glad you're saying this because that makes a lot of sense that it's like, because to me, I was like, I'm just so, like, as a person, I would be so uncomfortable portraying a play that the message wasn't like, believe woman, like, that kind of thing. But
you know what? I'm sure it has happened before where a guy's been wrongly accused.
No, but what I'm saying, what you're saying makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because here's the thing: if Davis was a nice guy, and she had consensual sex with him, and they show that scene, and then she starts beating herself up, and that's the end of scene. It's a totally different play.
Yeah.
But
And
but
that I
he sees her doing that, and then he goes like, I mean, what? You know, so dude is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it goes back to me saying, I mean, there's just there for me it was so black and white that he's in the wrong. And I mean, I would just say she's probably in the wrong too. Like, she shouldn't be doing that. Like, you don't walk into a psychopath's house, because he's clearly a psychopath, and ask him to hurt you, you know, and that's what she did. She knew what he was going to do. So in some ways she, you know, she is hurting herself. It doesn't mean that it's okay. You know, if I walked into and I knew this person was a murderer, and I walked in their house and they killed me, it doesn't make it okay if they killed me. But it does make it kind of stupid that I would walk in their house if I already knew that they were a murderer, you know? So she's that's why, I mean, she's got a craziness to her where she's playing with fire and she knows it.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, at the end of the day, that's the message I got from it. Having said that, Bibi, I imagine you found this play.
Yes.
How did you find this play?
I actually found it. I read it a few years ago. I talked to Joey about this like last year. I think I was like, oh my God, there's this amazing scene. And I don't know if it was the one, I think maybe it's the one we're talking about at the end, that I was like, this scene is insane. And I don't know how we'd execute this for Masterclass, but this would be the craziest, most interesting scene to do. And I was like, you just have to read this play. Like, I don't like, it doesn't need to be done, but you just need to read this play. And I think he ended up reading it. But I found it because I'm a big fan of Zasha Mamet. She's David Mamet's daughter. She's an actress, and she was in this play on Broadway. She played Lee. And I knew her from the HBO series Girls, where she plays a very like Grace-esque character. And then I was like, oh, this play seems interesting. Read it, and I was like, oh my God, it's a labyrinth. I've read it probably like 7 or 8 times. I still don't know what's right. Or,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I asked you that because this is the power of theater, and this is the power of a great writer, is the fact that we can sit here for 25, 30 minutes and be totally entertained just trying to think of all the what ifs.
Mm-hmm.
And when an audience walks out of a play and they are arguing with one another, and they are just like grabbing onto certain points, and they're trying to discuss life and issues like this that are so big and so huge, I mean, that's good writing. I mean, that's writing that could just like grab you. So when I read it, I was like, geez, it's good. But it was also like, I was very curious to see what the take was going to be on Lee. And that's where I think we missed the boat a little bit, was maybe how deep your relationship is. I don't know that we quite got there, because I wasn't able to find, even if we say there's no lesbian anything in there, which I think is pretty obvious that it is, but even if there wasn't, there is a sense of a broken heart of some kind, and even if you can justify it with just being she didn't turn to you or whatever, or your own heart's broken because this happened to her, there's something there where I didn't feel this like really deep sense of friendship and it breaking. So I want you to further the, you know, that connection. And then Phoebe, I want you to work really hard on your physicality and on your explosiveness, and even how loose and fun she would be after this event.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, that's gonna turn Gracie, and she's gonna look at you and go like, you don't look like a rape victim. You don't look like someone who just got raped. You're having too much fun. Like what? Like how are you still flirty right now? Like that's not. It doesn't make sense to me. But it doesn't matter if you look like a rape victim or you either way. Like you either were or you weren't. And so then the question is, do people believe you or not? Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult. It's a tough piece of writing.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Phoebe?
I mean, it's just a lot to think about, but I think you're right about a lot of it, and I'm really glad. Like, this has been super eye-opening, and just like what you said about the end of the play, and that last scene shows that no matter what Lee did, he is in the wrong. That for me opens it up more to make different choices. And I don't think I understood what you were saying. I don't think I understood that until you just said it to me. And so before I was like, I have to be so careful with my choices to make sure that I'm sending the right message with the scene. But how you just explained it, like, I think is going to allow me to make different choices because
Yes, that's
absolutely
right. That's right. You can play her the correct way. Play her the way that she's written, which is an outgoing, flirty girl who people would say brought it upon herself.
Right.
And that's BS that anyone would say that about anybody. So you need to play her. You have to find her inside of you. And only by doing that can we have the argument that if you quote bring it upon yourself and then you're raped, it's still not okay. So that's I think that's the story you have to tell. You have to find a way to find that character inside of you so that we can still make that point.
Yeah, that's really cool, and that's way more interesting. I think that's a way more interesting than I thought about it before, and it's more impactful, and I'm really glad that you opened my eyes to that. So thank you.
How you doing, BB?
I'm good. I'm like, my wheels are turning. I think Phoebe and I talked a lot about this play and a lot about our characters in rehearsal, and we oftentimes were like, we intellectually understand these characters and the choices we made, but like there's a missing emotional piece that's not hitting. And I think you just clued me into that. I think everything I thought was true is still true, but there is that added layer of like, I am in love with her. And I thought the night after the party meant that she felt the same way. And this like turns my world upside down. Like, I thought the 4 years that we've had together, like, it's just not been talked about, but we love each other. We're our person. We're each other's person. And like, I don't like Jimmy. And so I think I'm like, okay, that's another reason that's another thing that would, what's the word that I'm looking for? Would justify that. Yeah.
That makes so much sense. Because me and BB talked about this a lot because her character just like hates Jimmy, and we were like, but they're both like deep, like they're both Christian, like they have a lot of similarities.
Yeah,
and we were like,
see, and that's the thing. That's the thing, as I think she's wrestling with these feelings inside of her being going against her religion and going against her upbringing. Sorry, go ahead, Phoebe. I cut you off there.
Oh no, you're fine. It just makes a lot of sense too. And like, because all of the things like her paying for me all the time, like that all is emotional, but it's not necessarily this intense, and we talked a lot about, okay, what are the most heightened choices you can make? Like, the whole concept of you can either start the scene making the choice that you're about to jump off the airplane, or that you just jumped off the airplane, and like that's just more, it makes sense as more of a also like we are jumping out of the airplane choice is like you literally, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that,
and her paying for you and doing those things, her holding the door open for you, she's doing typical relationship stuff, and she's playing that part of the relationship, and you know it, and you're taking advantage of it. Like, she's in love with you, and so you kind of sneak into her bed every once in a while, and and you play into it so that she will just keep giving you free stuff. So that's not cool. And that's something that, as we figure out, then that would piss off Gracie pretty hardcore, to go, oh, this whole time it's been a big lie, and it has nothing to do with me hating Jimmy. This is more about you being you, and you taking advantage of everybody. So she's throwing everyone into the mix, and then saying, well, you know what, if you're going to use and abuse everyone, then and here's the deal. Again, Gracie is playing the part of somebody saying, well, then you deserved it. And that's the thing that kind of needs to get across. And then through your response, Phoebe, and then Davis's actions, we're able to refute that. The playwright is able to find our way out of that. because I believe in the play. You say the thing, BB, where you say, "I hope it hurt,"
Yeah.
and I think you walk away. I think you're out.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not even supposed to hear it did.
That's
so
what I mean.
should
So
actually
you
walk
needed
off.
to be gone.
Yeah.
And then we needed to just stay, be on Phoebe for a minute, and you can't hear this. You're gone. You don't get to see this moment. And then I think that would be a great time, Phoebe, for you to pour on the real guttural emotion, like you remembering the bad part of it.
Okay.
And the rest of it, you're a little bit, kind of light and fun and playful and like, how could you not believe me, girlfriend? Like you're trying to play that part, and she's like, I'm not having this anymore. And then when she really hits you to the core, and you hit her to the core, and she leaves, then we see this like brief flash of the truth of the horrific moment at the end.
Okay. So, okay, that all makes sense. So, do you think that I was raped at the party?
Yes, I do, because here's the thing. Like, you just, when you read that scene and you go, okay, here's a psycho girl. She's crazy. She's literally has sex with a guy the night before. Then in the morning is sort of like battling him and then purposefully throwing things around, breaking things, tearing her own dress, hitting herself. I mean, what would 99.9% of guys do? They would hightail it the heck out of there. Like, she's nuts. This dude sees this behavior and goes, "Oh yeah, you want that? Here's more." And he goes in there and then hurts her. So that's where I'm like, if this guy's capable of that, of course he did that.
Right.
And having said that, she probably led him all the way to that the night of the party as well. And yet it still does not make it okay. It just doesn't.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. And it's like however, like me playing her a certain way, like no matter what, the writing of the play is so good that, like, yeah, that it's just.
But
like,
she is that character. So the thing that makes it hard is the one guy says, what did you heard through the door? What did you hear through the door? And he's like, I heard her say no. I heard her say no.
Mm-hmm.
But then we see in a later scene that she's yelling out, no, stop, and the guy's not touching her.
Right.
So we witness her lying.
Right.
So she could have been lying that night, and then this could have been the first time he raped her. Either way, the guy's a rapist, and that's what I'm saying. So either way, in my book, the guy gets locked up.
Mm-hmm.
But she needs therapy. I mean, clearly. So I'm just saying, like, it's complicated, and it's written in such a way that is, it's exciting to be a part of, and it's also this thing that you feel like you got to put up because it shows some of the nuances, and it goes after some of the really dirty, dark stuff where people could say there's gray area, and it goes right after it. And that's the kind of writing I like. That's when I say bring dark to the light. Like, it doesn't get a whole lot more dark than this.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go all the way to that edge and we say, okay, this is a truth that has happened, then you go, okay, are there different degrees of that? There are actually different degrees of this type of thing. And this guy is on the far edge of the worst kind there is.
Mm-hmm.
So do I believe her? I mean, either way, she was the second time around. Either way, and I don't know about the party. I don't think there's a clear evidence 100% either way based on what we see later, because we know she's capable of beating herself up. She does that.
Mm-hmm.
So there isn't evidence, but there is that they show us him doing it later. So that's where you got to go. Okay, what's what here? But either way, this guy's capable of doing that. Therefore, let's lock him up. I'll just sign up for that. BB, what was this like for you, just grabbing onto a scene when you were feeling like you were stuck in quarantine?
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, no, it was everything I wanted it to be and more. And I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
You're welcome. So those who don't know, we had BB on our podcast, and she was feeling a little bit lonely, and she reached out to me to ask for, hey, what do I do? You know, I'm feeling like, you know, I'm not being challenged and this and that. And I just was like, all right, dude, well, stop complaining, jump into Masterclass, and you're going to have to, like, I'm giving you the opportunity. And we were already closed. We weren't going to take anybody new. And I was like, you find yourself a scene partner, and you're in. And then she texted the next day and she's like, all right, I'm in. I called Phoebe, and we're going to do this thing. So good. I'm happy that you joined us, and thank you. And I think we all learned something, and we got to talk about a really hard subject matter. And, you know, this matters for a lot of people. Like, it really does. And men and women, they need to hear it. They need to talk about it, and they got to get through it so that it doesn't happen anymore. And that's another reason why artists are called to do hard things and to bring dark to light, because without doing that, you know, we don't get the message out there. And this, people have to see this, and they have to understand, no matter what, it's not okay, period. All right. Love you, girls. We'll send you back to the lobby here. If you're watching live, we're going to take a 5-minute break so our participating students can come in and give these girls a little bit of love. And then we've got one scene left. It's a really, really good scene from a play called Reasons to be Pretty.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the masterclass. We've got one scene left for the day. For those of you tuning in all day, the last scene here, what we really did, we dug in pretty deep into script analysis, and that's a big part of the process. And as you heard BB talking about, both those actresses have been with us for a long time and studied quite a bit. And so BB had said, she's like, I've read the play 6-7 times, and I'm still trying to dissect it, still trying to understand things. So I want you to, if you're at home and you're watching this, take the lesson of no matter what you've done, no matter what kind of work you've done on your part, walk into your scene every day asking yourself, what if I'm wrong? How do I prove that I might be wrong potentially? And that is a big part of script analysis, is walking into this, each moment with the concept of I don't know. Start from this place of, well, could this be possible? And then try to prove it wrong 100% based on the script itself. So that's what I wanted to take away there. After this last scene, I will give a moment if anybody would like to ask a question or two. So we'll bring our class back in to the live before we end for the day, and I'll take a question or two if we have any. And if you're watching and you want to comment a question, we will try to keep an eye on that as well, and answer a couple questions as we wrap up for the day. So, all right, without further ado, our last scene is actors Joey and Ariella, and they will be working through an excerpt from the play Reasons to be Pretty.
No, 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 no. No.
Yes.
No, that's not it.
Don't lie, you fucker.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Steph.
Do not Steph me right now.
Come on, Stephanie.
Don't do that, you prick. Don't play the Stephanie game. Do not do it.
But I didn't say anything. I'm telling you the truth here. And I definitely didn't use that word, so that's
bullshit.
I didn't. I would never say that about you. Ever. And I'm not gonna be
bullshit.
All right, good. So we're doing a good job here, guys. I'm gonna bring you back. You're doing a really good job, I gotta tell you. And I was worried about this scene because it's so hard with the format that we're using to cut each other off, and you're doing a really, really good job of that. As a matter of fact, for BB and Phoebe watching right now, I want you to be aware of, in your scene, there were moments when the sound would go out on one of you or the other, so watch your scene back so you can see that, and you'll understand that there has to be a slight pause in order for this format to pick up your audio. And we have to treat this like a film. We just have to treat this format as if it's a film, because essentially this is us acting on camera live. So we have to pay attention to the medium that we're using. So having said that, the two of you are doing a very good job. But Joey, you're getting caught with trailing your lines off, and I can tell you want her to cut you off.
Okay.
So rather than trying to set her up to cut you off, you need to be thinking of the next thing to say.
Okay. Yeah.
So leave yourself trailing with, here's the thing, Joey, I was thinking.
That's bullshit.
And during that pause, she cuts you off, okay?
Okay.
All right. And then Ariella, this is one of those really unique plays where we start at a 15 out of 10, and your character more than his.
Okay.
So Joey, I think you should be, yes, fighting a little bit, but you did do this. Remember that. You are guilty.
Yeah.
So really try to connect with her and try to reach her in different ways. And Ariella, I'd like to see you all the way up here for a while, and maybe you can do little variation of that. But it's one of those plays where you don't need to worry about building, because you start on the mountain.
Okay.
And then you'll come down from there. So whatever, right. It's exciting, because I know have you seen this in our theater before, in a scene study? we've done it before, and it was like the lights are out, and all of a sudden you hear this like boom, this big just eruption of anger and fighting, and the lights come on. And what's cool about it is most plays tend to like work you into it a little bit. And this one just starts with boom, like right in your face. It's aggressive. It is heavy language. You know, it can't not grab your attention. Okay.
So Matt, because I'm the one who starts it out, I still have to start it at 10. But you're saying that I should come down and try to play a different note from there.
I don't even know you have to start it at 10. I mean, you can be a 7.5, you can be a 6.5. You know, you can jump up to an 11 every now and then, but really, remember, you're guilty.
Yeah.
She didn't say something bad about you. You said something bad about her.
Sure.
So
yeah.
you're playing right now. You're playing him so high that it's as if she cheated on you and she didn't.
Yeah.
So you're just really passionately trying to defend yourself, and you kind of have a point. So you're just trying to find a way to make it okay because you didn't mean it.
Yeah.
So it's not that you didn't do it, it's that you didn't mean it. And because you didn't mean it, you don't really want to even take accountability because you know she's not going to hear it. Like she's not like a logical person that's going to be able to hear you out and be like, "Oh, okay. Well, if you say it that way, then you know." So because that's the case, you feel like you have to aggressively lie until she finally weasels you into saying the wrong thing, and then you have to sort of tell the truth, and then it's like, well, yes, here's the truth, but really I didn't mean it, and then by then it's too late.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So since you said that we have to, like, right when it was in person, you turn the lights on and it was just like a sudden eruption, like, should I just like cover my camera and then when Joey?
No, it's not needed. You did that for us right here. I was already totally in it. It was great. It was perfect. But she's a little crazy. Do you know that about her?
Yes, I do.
Do you love that about her?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I could tell. So that's awesome. So go ahead and play that. You know, like you just messed up your hair. I mess it up more. Like she's nutso, where he might call the cops on her. Like, not the other way around. Like, he would call him on her because he's a little scared of her.
Okay.
You know, she's hurt him before physically.
Okay.
All right.
No. No.
Yes.
No, that's not it.
Don't lie, you fucker.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Steph.
No, don't. Do not Steph me right now.
Okay, good. So Joey, you paused, you Steph, and then you stopped.
Yeah.
So what should you have done?
Stayed in motion.
Yeah, and
I don't know. Besides that.
So you were in a great position to start getting closer to her.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna pick up the phone, but I was anticipating it. So that
sure, but even not picking up the phone, even if you just started getting close to her, because why does she say "Don't Steph me"? What does that mean?
Because that's my like sexy talk.
Yeah, like you're trying to be sweet. You're trying to change the subject. You're trying to be charming, and she's like, no.
Yeah.
So now go back to this beginning part again, and again take your time to not be just 100% just angry, but really find a way to use all the different no's and the uh-uhs, and you're not really saying anything, but you're like, what are you thinking, do you think?
My thought, because of all the no's, is each one is like, no, and then he's about to say something and his head goes, nope, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So you can't say anything without her just, she'll take whatever you say and use it against you.
Okay.
So it's like, no, like, you're finding new ways of saying no because it's exactly right. There are these thoughts going through your head, and you're like, no, that's not gonna work. Okay.
Okay.
And Steph, go ahead and you keep physicalizing and being crazy because he's and you try to calm her down a little bit too, Joey.
Okay. No. 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 No.
Yes.
No, that's not it.
Don't lie, you fucker.
I didn't say that.
No.
Yes, you did.
That didn't work, Joey.
Okay.
So you gotta react to what she's giving you.
Yeah.
So that time you were just playing you and just making your own choices. It had nothing to do with her.
Okay. Okay.
You got to take what you're given and you got to go back with something else. You got to counter the punch somehow.
Okay.
Start right there, Joey, off camera.
No. 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 No.
Yes.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
No, don't. Do not Steph me right now.
Come on, Stephanie.
Don't do that, you prick. Don't play the Stephanie game. Do not do it.
But I didn't say anything.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. All right, so since I keep starting and stopping now, I'm just doing this really quick, and then I'm gonna let you guys go. Hopefully, I would say hopefully because I don't even know what I'm gonna do. Ariella, that first line. Yes, you did. That was great. After that, what comes next?
Don't lie, you fucker.
What's that?
Don't lie, you fucker.
Yeah, okay, good. So in all these responses, through the anger, still find ways to play notes.
Okay.
So you might be like, don't lie, you fucker, and then just like louder. Or another one where you're up here and then you bring it down and you become condescending and, just find different ways because your diction is really good, by the way. So good job on your work there. So now find a way to use that diction, use all the words to stay at a 15, but still give me some variation. So I'm literally nitpicking you because you earned it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Let's go again from the top.
No. 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 No.
Yes.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Steph.
No, don't. Do not Steph me right now.
Come on, Stephanie.
Don't do that, you prick. Don't play the Stephanie game. Do not do it.
But I didn't say
That line
anything.
didn't work, Ariella. Do it again.
Okay. Don't do that, you prick. Don't play the Stephanie game.
It's too rushed. You got to find new notes.
Okay. Don't do that, you prick. Don't play the Stephanie game.
Okay,
So
you're throwing the word that away?
Don't do that, you prick. Okay.
That is what you're talking about.
Okay.
And do is what you're talking about, So he's done something and don't do that, you prick. Okay. They're you got to separate those words.
Okay.
And again, Joey, when you do things like Steph and stuff like that, you got to follow through your thoughts. You cannot break away.
Okay.
What is your guys' view, by the way? I'm just curious. Can you see both of you or can you just see each other?
I'm on speaker view, so I see whoever's talking. So when you pop in, and I don't see her.
Do you see you at all?
I see me in the corner.
Oh, okay. But she's like the main view, right?
Yeah, when you're not talking, yes.
Got it. Maybe you could just hide is there a way you can hide your own view of yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe do that so you really can only see her and she can only see you.
I mean, I'm in gallery mode right now. I don't know how to hide my self view.
So Ariella, you just click the dots, then you click set meeting settings, then you shut off show my video in gallery view.
Okay.
It's just a switch.
Okay, it's not. I can't figure it out. I'll deal with it.
Okay, I can't see myself anymore.
Okay, go ahead.
From the beginning?
No, from right around the same spot you were at.
Okay. I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Steph.
No, don't. Do not Steph me right now.
Come on, Stephanie.
Don't do that, you prick. Don't play the Stephanie game. Do not do it.
Do it again. Don't play the what?
Stephanie game.
Yeah, so that's its own thing. Like that. Put that in parentheses.
Okay.
So normally you like it right now.
Okay.
Just say that line only. Don't play the Stephanie game, and just put it in parentheses for me.
Okay.
You're mocking him.
Don't do that, you prick. Don't play the Stephanie game. Do not do it.
But I didn't say anything. I'm telling you the truth here.
Bullshit.
I didn't. I would never say that about you.
Bullshit.
I did not. I don't care what she said to you.
Bullshit, fucker!
I didn't say ugly. No,
She was in the other room, you bastard, in the next room, okay? So don't try and Lance Armstrong your way out of this one.
I'm not.
Backpedaling like some...
I barely mentioned you. That's all. In a nice way, it wasn't like some big...
Fuck you!
Look.
Good. This is great, you two. This is great. Let's go back to I didn't say that. And Ariella, I'm going to just direct you, okay?
Okay.
When you get to the Lance Armstrong line, I want you to put the phone down, and I want you to have left frame.
So wait, say that again. You glitched.
At some point, put the phone down before you get to the Lance Armstrong line.
Okay.
And then leave the frame. And it only makes sense if you're not listening to him for you to keep talking.
Okay.
But if you're paying attention and you say backpedaling like some, it looks like you're waiting for him to finish talking. And then you say this next part, but it makes a lot of sense if you're just stream of consciousness and you weren't listening to him anyway, and you're still just in your own thought. Then it makes more sense. Like I could see you like pacing back and forth, and not listening to him during that line would make more sense to me.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Steph.
No, don't. Do not Steph me right now.
Come on, Stephanie.
Don't do that, you prick. Don't play the Stephanie game. Do not do it.
But I didn't say anything. I'm telling you the truth here. And I definitely didn't use that word. So that's
bullshit.
Yeah, you got caught, Joey. You got caught.
Okay.
Just that line again. I just don't want you to get caught on the trailing thing. If you let me catch you once acting, I have to stop you. So don't try to set her up to cut you off. You cannot do that.
Okay. But I didn't say anything. I'm telling you the truth here, and I definitely didn't use that word. So that's
bullshit.
You did it again. You did it again.
Okay.
You got to go into thought. So what you were doing, Joey, is you were watching her and waiting. You're watching the screen, waiting for her to speak. Okay. So since you have the freedom, you don't even have to be on screen. You get a nice little cheat there, but that's the truth. If you're thinking of what to say next, that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you look at her and then you set her up to cut you off and you wait for her to cut you off, you're going to get caught. So the idea is when you stop ... it's because you're in a thought right now.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. I didn't say anything. I'm telling you the truth here, and I definitely didn't use that word. So that's bullshit. I didn't. I would never say that about you, ever. And I'm not gonna be made bullshit. I didn't say ugly. Okay?
Bullshit, fucker.
Look, God, I just want to go to bed.
I don't care what you want to do, Dick.
Okay, would you stop, please?
I'm not gonna stop. No, for what? Huh? What for?
Steph.
For you? Fuck that.
No, because so I can explain the situation.
You don't need to. I've already heard all the explanations I want to hear. And guess what? I don't believe you. You get that?
Yes.
I do not ever believe the shit that comes out of your mouth ever.
Yeah? Well, that's fucked, okay?
No, you're fucked. That's what's fucked here, mister. You are. You are fucked big time.
This is just stupid. So I'm not going to stay on the
No,
phone
don't
call.
do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear to God, I will murder your fish when you're gone. I'll flush them, or I'll do whatever it takes, but I will hurt you, and you will not like it. That's what I'll do. So you better just stay right there and argue this shit out, or I will wreck your life a little bit. I don't care if I'm late going in or not, so.
Man, you're talking nuts now.
Don't say that either.
Do that again, Joey. Change everything right now. So maybe she's gonna wreck your life a little bit. She's gonna murder your fish, and you kind of believe her, right?
Yeah, 100%.
100%. She's very capable of doing that. And,
yes.
And she's like, and we're gonna fight. I don't care if I'm late going to work or not. So now I want you to take a breath. Do you have a bed where you're at?
Yep.
Take a breath. Put the phone down and just change tones completely. You're hoping maybe you can reason her a little bit at this point.
Okay.
But we got to be able to see you.
Oh. I gotcha.
Just like prop it up so she can see you. You want her to see you. If you have a nightstand, or I don't know if you do or not, but something that you can just prop it up and just be sitting there on the bed. Good. Yeah, that's great. And now you don't have to look at her because you kind of want her to see you. And Ariella, now you can maybe peek at him and just watch him. Go ahead and pick up the phone, watch him. Go ahead, Joey. You don't even look at her. Just talk.
Man, you're talking nuts now.
Don't say that either.
Seriously?
I mean, boy, if you're looking for things to get shitty, then okay. But otherwise, I wouldn't say a thing like that. Not anything about being psycho or that sort of junk.
Stephanie, listen.
Could you do that line again? And I think, Ariella, there's something interesting if you play that a bit really like psycho.
Okay.
The thing is, you don't call a psycho person psycho. It's not a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically telling him that. Like if you want things to get really bad, call me bipolar, mother effer. You know.
You want me to go from?
Yeah, go back from where you were.
Okay.
And then you're gonna listen to her because when she goes psycho, you'll realize you're in trouble again, and you better get out of it.
Okay.
Because Joey, if you don't play your cards right, she's gonna put the phone down and come over to your place and burn it. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be listening and understand that she's ferocious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the way we have it written, she's at my place, so that like intensifies.
Oh, okay. You guys are in the other room or something? Did you lock the
No,
door?
I'm at a hotel.
Oh, okay. Got it. Oh, yeah, that's even worse. So you're trying to protect all your stuff over there. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So then you should. I like that choice a lot, Joey. So you should be also then curious every now and then to make sure she's not breaking your stuff.
Okay.
Do I have to have something of his just to like tease him about, like, just something of his? You know what I mean?
I mean, you could. You don't have to. You ask, do I have to? You don't have to, but that does change the dynamic now that I know that, and I freaking love that choice, you guys. I'm always thinking, like, how can we be creative and figure out how to make this a video chat, and it makes sense that she's in your place and you're not in your place, and that she has control over you in that way. It makes me feel like you're very vulnerable, which you are, which is great.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Keep going.
Man, you're talking nuts now.
Don't say that either.
Ariella, grab your phone. We're gonna do the line again.
Okay.
Go back to where you were, Joey. Just look at him and get very close to your face. You can be still, but you are mad that he's laying down. So you just stand there. Ariella, and you let yourself go like nutty with your eyes and pulling your hair out and just like crazy stuff that will get him to get up out of that bed, because that is just not okay.
Okay.
Man, you're talking nuts now.
Wait, go back. Ariella, so don't take your eyes off him. So that's why I want you to be still right now, because you should be looking at him going, are you you're really laying in bed? Like, really?
So when do I go nutty once he just calls me crazy?
Yeah, but right now you already are crazy. You already are acting crazy. So when he says it, when he says the truth, it would set you off.
Okay.
But my point is, we're in the middle of this big blowout fight. He's wrong, won't admit that he's wrong, and now he's trying to go to sleep. And I would literally just be staring at his lazy butt and just trying, and you do whatever it takes to go, you're not going to bed.
Okay.
Man, you're talking nuts now.
Don't say that either.
Seriously?
I mean, boy, if you're looking for things to get shitty, then okay. But otherwise, I wouldn't say a thing like that. Not anything about being psycho or that sort of junk.
Okay, Joey. So you have to help her out on her end.
Okay.
So you're going to collapse, and you're talking nuts now, and then you should feel on the inside, oops.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you should be peeking, and then when you look up, you see what you were hoping not to see, and your response to her is what helps us believe how crazy she is. So if you don't react, then it just looks like she's yelling.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
That makes sense. Man, you're talking nuts now.
Don't say that either.
Seriously?
I mean, boy, if you're looking for things to get shitty,
do it again,
okay.
Joey. Do it again. You gotta be more curious.
Okay. What I was struggling with there is I don't know if I should turn around before seriously or not.
I think you turn around right away. Like, you collapse and you're like, you gotta be kidding me. You're talking nuts now. And then you look up and you're like, oh crap. And then she says it, and you're going, seriously, you're gonna catch me up on that? And then she goes nuts again, and you should be terrified. I mean, here's the thing: be worried about your fish right now.
Yeah.
They're about 4 words away from dying, and you like your fish.
Okay.
So you're not acting like your balls are in a jar, and they are.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Man, you're talking nuts now.
Don't say that either.
Seriously?
I mean, boy, if you're looking for things to get shitty, then okay.
You missed the mark again, Joey. So now it's just purely, can you take direction? Okay, so here's the direction. You're going to collapse and right away up and know you did something wrong. Don't wait.
Okay. All right. Man, you're talking nuts now.
Don't say that either.
Seriously?
I mean, boy, if you're looking for things to get shitty, then okay. But otherwise, I wouldn't say a thing like that. Not anything about being psycho or that sort of junk.
Stephanie, listen.
No.
Please.
Fuck please. Please is shit. Please is like something you crap out in your pants and are too embarrassed to clean up. I'm not gonna even listen to please. No.
Okay then. I don't know what you want me to say about this, because I am
the truth. I might be willing to overlook your general fuckheadedness if I felt as if the truth might be on its way at some point here.
I'm telling you the whole
Don't
truth.
say it if it's not, because I'll know, and you know that I'll know. You know it, and I will pounce on you like I was fucking death itself. seriously, like fucking death.
No,
You know-
no, Ariella, so you can't let him off like that.
Okay.
So you watch, like, if I said to you, like, seriously, like fucking death, and I'm here and I'm holding the intensity.
Your video's off.
Oh, yeah, Brian. Can you see me now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so if I say like death, like fucking death, and I'm in your face, I'm waiting for the response from you. But if I say like death, like fucking death, and then I look away, it's like you're not holding him to it, okay? So as an overall thing here, the two of you, this is very good. It's really good work, and there's some things I want you to take from this, and I think maybe we should talk about the scene a little bit. We should spend some time doing that, so we have time to give you some places to grow, because I'm already really in love with your work. And Ariella, this is your first masterclass, yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, it's a big
Thank
deal. You
you.
gotta bring this up if you want to clap for her.
She's been such a good scene partner.
I'll bet.
Seriously.
I'll bet. You know, she came in for a private lesson not that long ago, and you know, Ariel is a special human being, and she pays for her own stuff, and she shows up, and she pays full price. And there are some people that don't really respect certain things, and Ariel is not one of those people. So I respect her tremendously, and she came in, and I don't BS, you know that, and so I told you the truth. I was like, you've grown. I mean, you've grown tremendously. And so I gave you very specific things to work on, but the things that we had already been working on, you were killing at. And even Ariella, I want to just get excited for you in another area as well. When we met, how long's it been since you've been at the studio?
I think January of 2017 I started.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you know this or not, but I've been fighting for you since day one.
I know you have.
You know, I've just loved you so badly and wanted you to turn these corners, and I always knew based on your questions that you were smart and that you were paying attention and that you wanted it really badly. You were lacking so much in confidence, you know, and you were very bottled up. And I'm watching you right now as this beautiful woman who's blossomed, and it's really a choice though. You know, I'm sure it's a choice every day for you to fight your headspace. And so I'm proud of you. I'm just really excited for where you are as a human being, and knowing that this is a journey. It's not like this is a destination, but you're on a really good path, and I want you to stay on this vibration and just keep saying yes and keep understanding that you are capable of anything. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So here's what I'm thinking. I want you to watch this back. And there are specific moments where this really, really feels like an intimate, gruesome fight between a couple. And we really believe it. And I want you to see those moments. And I want you to see some of the funny that happens from some of the camera angles, and you throwing the phone down and different stuff. And then I want you to realize that I'd actually like you to block this, like for real blocking. And of course you'll improvise away from it, but you should realize from doing, like, when I started directing you a little bit, I was doing that because the scene needed a change. It needed a mood shift.
Yeah.
So it's up to you to find a way to disturb the air. You've heard me say this before in class. So if I wanted to disturb the air right now as a coach, I could pick up our other angle here, and I would go and I'd walk all the way outside, and I'd coach you from there. And I could do that. You know, Joey and I set that up to make that a possibility. That would be just, it would be shocking. It'd be like, oh, why is he outside? It doesn't matter. The reason is to get you to pay attention. So at a certain point, if the scene's going in a certain direction, you have to change it. It's got to be something new. So if you start to feel, where are those shifts, and where was it really funny when we were not on camera? Where did it feel like we were off camera for too long? And how do we take our like really precise scientific work to the next level? Because it's going to take some work to think about all the different ways that you would set your phone down or pick it up or whatever, and then stay believable and in the moment while doing it.
Yeah.
And you won't be perfect, but part of it is just knowing and feeling when the scene needs to shift in its mood.
Yeah. It's so it sounds like a little bit like when we chunk out our scripts, like the beats in a monologue or whatever, where it changes. Is that what you're going for? Like with the scene itself, you're finding the
No, it's
changes?
I mean kind of. It's more like blocking is what it is. Like this is specific blocking.
Okay.
And some of it's going to work and some of it isn't, and I want you to feel when it's not working. I don't want you to make choices and then stick to them. I want you to make choices and experiment and play and go, you know, this didn't feel right. I didn't feel connected. I feel like I needed to be connected to you in this moment and you were gone. Or I felt like you shouldn't have been looking at me and you were. You know, whatever. Like those are the questions I want you to ask yourself because it was so good. I think there's a lot of opportunity there for you to really polish this thing and make us feel like we're legitimately just we accidentally tuned into a conversation. And that's how I want all these scenes to feel. It's like imagine this whole Zoom technology, and we've all heard the horror stories that are out there where, you know, a teacher's trying to teach and kids are putting up, you know, bad stuff or whatever. So just imagine a malfunction and you tried to get into a meeting and it was the wrong number, and all of a sudden there's two people on there and they don't know you're on there. And you're watching their conversation, and you don't want to watch, but you can't look away.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, but you want us to feel like that. Like that's the goal is you want us to feel like that's happening. So that would be your goal is to just never get caught acting. So you each have one big thing to work on. Joey, yours is still the trailing off thing.
Okay.
So that's a puzzle for you to solve. It's something that you've got to just spend some time on and realize that you're getting caught almost every time in the and it's funny because you're doing it because you're trying to help the other person out, but it just doesn't work. So what happens is sometimes is you even say the word out loud that you're you know, that would be coming next, thinking that you're helping her out, but really you're adding a word to the script that doesn't belong.
Yeah.
So some of that will happen in your mind, and part of it is still you not trusting the other person, and you not trusting yourself that silence is okay.
Yeah.
So you can have a thought, be in the middle of a thought, stop talking, but still keep thinking and trust that that's enough. Okay. And then Ariella, yours is putting things together that don't belong together. There are certain phrases that must be separated and need to have different notes attached to them.
Okay.
So I'd like to come up with a couple of them. One of them was the "don't do that, you fucker." Like that. There's a lot of lines like that, but there are some that just sort of compound on top of each other, and little moments where you shift your notes up and down are going to be huge. So I'd like to try to find one specifically for you so that you know what I'm talking about, and then you can go back and try to find them all. So try to give me a line that you've said already that's a little bit longer.
I know there's one. It's the do not hang up on me when we're fighting. It's just like that monologue where I threatened to kill his fish and wreck.
Yeah, that's one. Go even further.
Like past what we did today?
No. Just something that's like maybe like 3 sentences long or something.
Okay. She was in the other room, you bastard. In the next room. Okay, so don't try and Lance Armstrong your way out of this one.
Okay, so let me hear how you'd say it.
She was in the other room, you bastard. In the next room. Okay, so don't try and Lance Armstrong your way out of this one.
Good, and that was better than what you did, but you can do even more with it.
Okay.
So, she was in the next room, you bastard. So it's she was in the next room, you bastard. Like that's a move, and then another move is the next room. Like you can't mistaken conversation when you're one door away. So that it's a different note. Okay. Then a different note. So don't try to Lance. So it's going to move. The intensity will stay, but the notes have got to shift.
Okay, it's just finding the music basically.
It's finding the music, and it's taking your time.
Okay.
So there are so many places where you dig at him that's really funny, and some of the like repeat stuff when she repeats some of the same thing. It's very funny if you can find a way to keep the intensity, slow down enough that you can move the notes and play the music. That's exactly right.
Okay. I have a quick question about the blocking thing. So even like in real life, I've never really like fully blocked a scene. So my understanding, as far as it goes virtually, like you just want us to experiment with different moves at certain lines, and like that's really it, right?
That's it. Yeah. So remember this, all the same rules apply. There are just additional variations that are attached to virtual. So the main rule when it comes to blocking is when you move, you speak. So it better be worth it when you're moving.
Okay.
So sometimes I would tell you just stop for a second and just look. Just be there and look. But then if you're there for too long, then there needs to be a shift of some kind. If I'm walking around, then stopping is a movement. That's a change. If I'm frozen for a while, then a sudden movement is a change. If the other person's moving and I start moving, you can make me dizzy. So I gotta be aware that that could happen at times. But and think about how funny it would be if the two of you figure out a way to like come into camera and you both release at the same time, you know, or you both are like you throw the phone at the exact same time, or you're both off camera and you both come on at the same time. And you're like, really, you know, and you're off. So there are things you can do blocking wise, where you can try and experiment with different things and just realize that you have your space, but it's about movement is what it is. And us as an audience, I mean, what we're looking at is a split screen essentially. So you have to understand that you are, I mean, I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. You are the cinematographer and you are the actor, and I guess you're also the editor. So think to yourself, your responsibility is you're going to tell the audience where to look. And you do that on stage too. So I'll always say when you think the other person's, whatever they're saying is more important, you better be doing nothing or be focused on them. So when the audience looks at you, they go, not interesting. Let me go pay attention to the other person.
Okay.
So there will be times when you realize like, I am doing something on purpose because I want the focus to be the other place. So when he's laying down, it's important that I see how mad that makes you.
Okay.
And then it's important that he notices and goes, "Oh crap, yeah, you know, I guess that was a bad move to lay down."
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, good stuff. Any questions from the two of you?
Not that I can think of.
Good. We have our work cut out for you, but I got to tell you, I'm really impressed with both of you. I mean, really, really impressed. Good work today. And we're going to stay on for 1 minute. I'm going to bring some of the class, the participants back in here. You can ask a question or two. And if anybody online right now has a question, you can comment. So we'll spend about 5 minutes there. If anybody has questions, if not, then we will end our day here. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt.
That's a thumbs up, bro.
All of them.
Yeah, that was amazing, guys. Good work.
Welcome to Masterclass.
Yeah, I'm so excited. It was
Ariella?
my first one. Yes.
I said, welcome to Masterclass.
Oh, thank you. It was super interesting for my first Masterclass, but it was fun.
And you've audited Masterclass before, have you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I couldn't remember. It had been a while.
Yeah.
So
Great job, guys.
Shay, you're on like an echo on your end.
So we have some time, I believe. Where did Matt go?
You guys did great.
Shay, you've got like an echo going off of your computer, I think. All right. Does anybody have any questions before we wrap the day? All right, cool. Oh, yes, Phoebe.
I had a question about what to do if, like, the other person's sound cuts out during the scene or you can't hear them for a sec. Because just with mine and BB's scene, like, there were, like, 2 lines where the sound cut out, and I, like, replied, but then I was like, oh, like, that wasn't truthful because I didn't hear her words. And it's like, but you can't really be like, oh, what, you know what I mean? So, like, what would the best thing to do be?
I think you need to stop, and then if you notice it happening to you, if you notice yourself, then I think you need to repeat what you said. But ideally, if you're staying aware, you would notice your own phone sort of freezing possibly, and then if you're in the middle of speaking, stop talking if you notice it. But you know, like I said before, we're all navigating this form together, so we're figuring it out as we go along. But there are going to be these little nuances just like that. And I was talking to Joey earlier actually, and I was mentioning I would if I were in the class, just having experienced it now, I would probably choose a phone, I think, to work from because it would give me more to play with. The one thing I would focus on first, I think, would be my internet connection or my, you know, Wi-Fi through my mobile or whatever, because that will make or break your scene. If you can't hear me and we go out in the middle of a line and we miss something, that's a big deal. Because I always put the acting first. So I'm like, okay, the acting, the story comes first, then the set, then all the, you know, all the bells and whistles that are attached on top of that. But first and foremost, we got to get the truth out there, and we have to get the story out there. So I think that answers your question and then some. But the idea was, yes, I would stop for a second, let the internet catch up, and then search forward again.
It's like if the other person, if you can't hear their line, how do you let them know to repeat it or to stop or whatever without coming out of the scene?
So I see what you're saying. So I think you probably act as if you heard it, but my thought is give it a second to just buffer.
I see.
Like let the and also practice and record yourselves, because that's another part of this where you figure out each little technology that's out there. They all have their pros and cons, and so if you figure out the little nuances, you're going to go, okay, this is an area that every time we get into this argument in this exact spot, something happens to our connection. Therefore, I need to take a breath. I have to wait and then come back and speak. So if it were me, that would be like any other technical error. I would deal with that in rehearsal, and I'd figure out how to not make it happen when it comes time for show. And because you want to imagine when you're performing, especially the next 2 days, this is going to be sort of your finale for this masterclass. This is the show. I mean, imagine you're going on Broadway. Imagine you're going on, you know, there's going to be 100 million people watching you. You do everything you can to understand that there are limitations, and you want to overcome those limitations. It's a good question. Anybody else?
Hey, Matt, this is Matt. Quick question about layering. You talked about it today, both in the very first scene. I thought you brought some things out that were, you know, obviously you have students who have taken that kind of interrogation from you for the first time, you know, and have had that before. And then there's folks like me who I'm begging for that kind of stuff. You know, and I know it's a mixed bag, but with regard to layering, and it being almost not too late, but we're in we'll call it the 11th hour for doing that kind of activity. Is there a cutoff time where you go, you know what, we just got to say, this is it? Time for getting deeper into this. I mean, can that happen all the way up to the production?
I'm not sure I 100% understand the question.
Okay, let me rephrase it. So Corey and I are working our butts off to try and get to the depth of this play. At what point in time in your wisdom is it the time to just say, you know what, we've got to just rehearse it and not peel away the layers?
Oh, I
And-
see. Yeah. So probably you're going to figure out, having now been a part of the class, that you want to make sure that you're doing things in the proper order. And we tried to talk about that a little bit in the emails, but when you come back and do the class again, you'll realize I shouldn't even make a single choice until I'm so memorized and memorized the right way that I never have to worry about the words again. So I noticed that with your guys' scene. There were times when the words got in the way. So then you don't know and I don't know. Were you not in the moment? Were you nervous because you went up online for a second or whatever? And so then you're not in a position where we can really play together. So that's the first thing. And if you do the work in the right order, I think that there's not, I mean, I would be doing the peeling back of the layers during a performance. I would be doing it as soon as I ended and before I go up the next day. Because if you find something new, let's say you're in the middle of a show and you're performing at a theater, every audience deserves something new and unique. So if you're still pulling back layers, then hey, whatever I learned last night, I can bring that into tomorrow. And hopefully what you want to do is feel improvisational. You want to surprise yourself, surprise your scene partner. Because when you surprise me, I got to deal with it. And when I got to deal with you surprising me, it puts me in an uncomfortable place to act from, which is good if I know how to use it, because it should feel improvisational for us. Good question. Anybody else? Jada, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna tell BB that it was if you pick your phone up and you're covering the bottom of it where the microphone is, that's what will happen. And I think that's what happened in her scene. I was just gonna try to help her out just because I noticed that during the scene, right when she picked it up, you couldn't hear it, but right when she put it in, you could. And that happened in my FaceTime calls. So if you're covering the bottom of it.
Thank you. It's a laptop, so I don't know necessarily what happened.
I think what's happening sometimes is the software is trying to figure out who to listen to, and it can only listen to one at a time really well. And so all it's happening is it's going to the other person for a second, and so you're silenced for a while, and then by the time it catches up to you, you're a few lines in and it missed it. So
Yeah,
or you're covering the microphone somehow. I mean, it could be a combination.
Yeah, it's interesting because Zoom will, like, you can see which box is glowing to see which, like, person is talking, and my box didn't glow on that time. So I don't know if that's, like you said, a software issue or, like, the speaker, like, my actual computer wasn't picking up the sound. I don't know. It was on top of a blanket, so maybe that muffled the sound and then it didn't pick it up. I don't know. We're going to experiment in rehearsal.
Yeah, exactly. And when you rehearse, hopefully you find those things that Jade is talking about and you go, oh, okay. I figure don't ever say it's okay. You know, like, it's not okay that we can't hear the line. It's not okay that it's buffering. You go, all right, it's an issue that now I have to solve. And is it fair? No, but that's just the way it is. I have to find a way out of this problem and discover a new way of doing it. Yes, BB.
Another question. So in that instance, like, if what happened during me and Phoebe's scene during Masterclass, like, when my sound went out, not the initial part, but when my sound went out, would it be disingenuous, or, like, would it be okay for her at that point to be like, I can't hear you, and, like, she's still in the scene, but she acknowledges, like, I didn't hear what you just said, and then, like, that can, you know, bring about a new change?
Yeah, I think it's okay to have a safe word. So you're like, okay, there's a in a worst case scenario, we deal with it however you say. Because what happens in a live performance? There's always a mistake. And in that case, what do? You do whatever you have to do to get the scene back on track. So I'd say yes, but I would have that as a backup to your backup to your backup, but try to solve the problem first and then understand that if and when it happens, I have a way of getting myself out of it. Who's up? Anybody? All right, gang, we'll let you hang out in the lobby for a little bit. Thank you all who are watching live. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. will be our masterclass again through the weekend. And you get to see the same scenes that we've been working on the last 2 days. And they take the direction now, and they take it home, and they work on it and develop it. And you can see, I mean, these actors, I'm so grateful for them, and I hope you are too, that they put all this time and effort and love into these scenes, and they bring these stories to life. And I mean, it's such a sacrifice. You have no idea what a sacrifice it is to work on a play to this level, to this degree. Because we're not just like trying to perform and put something up and be cute. We're trying to really become the character, tell the story in a very real way. And so everybody got some pretty big, heavy work. And hopefully we'll be very excited to see what they bring the next 2 days. So thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.